seeing. There is some tape on this book. What the fuck? Who taped up my book? You know what? I'm gonna leave it alone. I keep playing with it. Okay. Hi, Memes. Thank you so much for being first. Thank you, thank you. Very much appreciated. You get the first kiss of the night. Today on ASMR, we're gonna start our book reading. And by we, I mean me, because I've been meaning to read this book that I have right here for a while now, and I just have never sat down and actually, I mean, like, I've read it before, but I've never, like, I've been busy, so I didn't get the time to sit down and read it for stream. So we're gonna sit down and read it, and the book, of course, is The Hunger Games by Suzanne Collins. Masterful Suzanne Collins, my icon, Suzanne Collins. And that's the entire stream. I'm just gonna read this book until I no longer want to read it, and it's quite long. I mean, it's about 300 pages. It's a short read, you know, you could get through it in a day. But I haven't read it in a really long time. I think especially with how everybody's been comparing everything happening right now to the Hunger Games, I think it's a perfect time to reread the book. And since I recently rewatched the first Hunger Games movie, I'm curious about the stuff that I remember from the first book versus everything else. So that's what we're gonna do. That's the vibe. And it's an ASMR because I want it to be. So because I want it to be, and I think it just matches the energy. So that's what we're gonna do. Yeah, I think I'm honestly just gonna start reading because I don't see the point of prolonging it. It's kind of a long book. I don't know if I'm gonna get through all of it tonight. I don't know if I'm gonna get through everything tonight, to be completely honest. Let me see. It says The Hunger Games now a major motion picture. I think this book is one of the books that came out like after it became a movie. It's got like the Hunger Games Mockingjay on the cover of it, and then on the back it says, winning means fame and fortune, losing means certain death. The Hunger Games have begun. In the ruins of a place known as North America lies the nation of Panem, a shining capital surrounded by 12 outlying districts. The capital is harsh and cruel and keeps the districts in line by forcing them all to send one boy and girl between the ages of 12 and 18 to participate in the annual Hunger Games, a fight to the death on live TV. No, because I'm like, I think this one came out like after, because it's got like the movie graphics. It's got like the movie Mockingjay on it, which is different than the traditional one because I have the hardcover before the movie came out. I have that one, and it looks different. It does. But then for the next two books, I have the hardcover of that, so it will feel better in my hand. This is paperback. 16-year-old Katniss Everdeen regards it as a death sentence when she steps forward to take her sister's place in the games. But Katniss has been close to death before, and survival, for her, is second nature. Without really meaning to, she becomes a contender. But if she is to win, she will have to start making choices that weigh survival against humanity and life against love. Wow. What a backsplash. They ate that shit up. Absolutely ate it up. I don't think I've ever read the back of the book. I think I just started reading it. That's compelling. Okay. It's a compelling back. other side of the bed is cold. My fingers stretch out, seeking Prim's warmth, but finding only the rough canvas cover of the mattress. She must have had bad dreams and climbed in with our mother. Of course she did. This is the day of the reaping. I prop myself up on one elbow. There's enough light in the bedroom to see them. My little sister, Prim, curled up on her side, cocooned in my mother's body, their cheeks pressed together. In sleep, my mother looks younger, still worn but not so beaten down. Prim's face is as fresh as a raindrop, as lovely as the primrose for which she was named. My mother was very beautiful once too, or so they tell me. Sitting at Prim's knees, guarding her, is the world's ugliest cat. Mashed in nose, half of one ear missing, eyes the color of rotting squash. Prim named him Buttercup, insisting that his muddy yellow coat matched the bright flower. He hates me, or at least distrusts me. Even though it was years ago, I think he still remembers how I tried to drown him in a bucket when Prim brought him home. Scrawny kitten, belly swollen with worms, crawling with fleas. The last thing I needed was another mouth to feed. But Prim begged so hard, cried even, I had to let him stay. It turned out okay. My mother got rid of the vermin, and he's a born mouser. He even catches the occasional rat. Sometimes, when I clean a kill, I feed Buttercup the entrails. He has stopped hissing at me. I have not read this book in forever. It's actually very nostalgic. I haven't sat down and read a book in a very long time, so this is really nice, actually. It's really nice for me because I haven't read a book in forever. It feels really good to sit down and read something. Entrails, no hissing. This is the closest we will ever come to love. I swing my legs off the bed and slide into my hunting boots. Supple leather that has molded to my feet. I pull on trousers, a shirt, tuck my long dark braid into a cap, and grab my forage bag. On the table, under a wooden bowl to protect it from hungry rats and cats alike, sits a perfect little goat cheese wrapped in basil leaves. Prim's gift to me on the reaping day. I put the cheese carefully in my pocket as I slip outside. It's been 6 years for me to read this book, or just reading in general. Our part of District 12, nicknamed the scene, is usually crawling with coal miners heading out to the morning shift at this hour. Men and women with hunched shoulders, swollen knuckles, many who have long since stopped trying to scrub the coal dust from their broken nails, the lines of their sunken faces. I am absolutely not joking. No, I used to do ASMR every Sunday. But I just didn't want to play a game today. I'm not in the mood. I was gonna play Honkai, but then I was like, I'm not in the mood to do that story right now. I'd rather sit down and read. I really like doing ASMR on occasion. Not all the time, but every now and again. It's really nice. I know, it's like I thought about Honkai and I literally was like, oh. I thought about Honkai and I was like, I'd rather not stream, to be honest. If that's what it's gonna be. Hi, the Grand Witch. Hi-oh, hi. We're reading The Hunger Games. We're on page 4, chapter 1. The Tributes. Get into it. Okay, let me stop. Suzanne Collins, the mind you have. I had flashbacks to the 2-hour trauma dumping session. Oh my god, I'm so tired. It's the way I'm tired. It's like related story. I really do. But it's really long in a way that the other stories haven't felt. Like, it feels really drawn out and like kind of overly complicated, and I also understand that there's a lot of moving parts. It's the way I kind of don't care. It's the way I don't care. Like, I don't care about any character that's at the forefront of this specific section except for Boot Hill. Like, I really don't care. I don't care about Gallagher. I don't care about Firefly. I don't care. I don't care. And like, Firefly and Sam, that's the whole fucking story. So I'm just checked out. I'm checked out. Boot Hill is the only person I care about, and his time isn't even right now, so it's not my moment. It's really not. I'll get over it, but it's just not my moment right now. Okay. I hope I did eat. I made garlic bread earlier, and I OD'd on garlic bread. Garlic bread and chicken fingers. It was very delicious. Okay, this book is very heavy, damn. Crushing my goddamn fingers. Book is heavy as shit. Okay. Our part of District 12 to nickname the seam. Oh no, I read all this. No, I didn't. I love garlic bread. I can eat an entire pan of garlic bread. It's so good. It's so good. Okay. But today, the black cinder streets are empty. Shutters on the squat gray houses are closed. The reaping isn't until 2. May as well sleep in, if you can. Our house is almost at the edge of the seam. I only have to pass a few gates to reach the scruffy field called the meadow. Separating the meadow from the woods, in fact, enclosing all of District 12, is a high, chain-link fence topped with barbed wire loops. In theory, it's supposed to be electrified 24 hours a day as a deterrent to the predators that live in the woods. Packs of wild dogs, lone cougars, bears that used to threaten our streets. Bears! Bears! I don't remember that. But since we're lucky let me stop. But since we're lucky to get 2 or 3 hours of electricity in the evenings, it's usually safe to touch. Even so, I always take a moment to listen carefully for the hum that means the fence is live. Right now, it's silent as a stone. Concealed by a clump of bushes, I flatten out onto my belly and slide under a 2-foot stretch that's been loose for years. I know, like, the bears, I'm like, they had wild dogs. I don't remember the wild dogs and bears, damn. Are you sure District 12 was hungry? You guys could have ate a little bit. I mean, bears. I know they're not allowed to hunt. Let me stop. I know the lore, alright? There are several other weak spots in the fence, but this one is so close to home. I almost always enter the woods here. As soon as I'm in the trees, I retrieve a bow and sheath of arrows from a hollow log. Electrified or not, the fence has been successful at keeping the flesh eaters out of District 12. Also, I haven't done ASMR in a really long time, so if this is not your cup of tea, that's totally fine. I like doing ASMR occasionally. I'm not an ASMRist. That's not how I define myself. I define myself as a variety streamer, okay? So I like to do a variety of things. Go fucking figure. So if ASMR is not your thing, feel free to tune into another stream of mine whenever I stream. But there's a possibility that I could be doing ASMR for the next 2 days or not. Again, I'm a variety streamer. It's whatever I feel like doing. Just putting that to disclaimer out there because sometimes people get weird when I start doing new stuff, but it's like I never said that I was a Honkai streamer. I never said that I was a Genshin streamer. I never said that I was an Animal Crossing streamer. I never said any of that. I've always said I'm a variety and V artist. I've always said that. That's it. Those are the only two things you can count on, that at some point I'm gonna do some art and that I will change this shit up on you. That's it. I might never play Honkai again. That's not true. I will be pulling for Budo, but like don't expect anything. This book is heavy as shit. My hand is already sweating. This book is fucking heavy. Holy shit. My hand. My poor hand. Okay. Let me get back into it. Inside the woods, they roam freely, and there are added concerns like venomous snakes, rabid animals, and no real path to follow. But there's also food if you know how to find it. My father knew, and he taught me some before he was blown to bits in a mine explosion. It's not funny. It's not funny. Yeah, I have rain in the back. It's not funny. I just don't remember her saying it like that. Why did she say it like that? I also have rain on stream. I could make the rain. I could add more rain, but I feel like we're already at too much rain. She really said, my father, before he was blown to bits with a B, and a mine explosion. It's really not funny, but it's just like, I remember it being way more dramatic. And then she's just like, yeah, my father was like blown to fucking smithereens. And it's like, okay. Alright, damn. We can add more strength, but I just felt like it was a little bit too much already. I was gonna do like thunder and shit, but I was like, that's a bit too much. It's sleepy time. We don't need all that. Thunder might be scaring people. Streams by category: Honkai, Star Rail, and Stardew Valley. That's what I've been doing lately, but I mean, I do everything. I just like doing everything. Okay. There was nothing even to bury. I was 11 then. 5 years later, I'd still wake up screaming for him to run. Even though trespassing in the woods is illegal and poaching carries the severest of penalties, more people would risk it if they had weapons, but most are not bold enough to venture out with just a knife. My bow is a rarity, crafted by my father along with a few others that I keep well hidden in the woods, carefully wrapped in waterproof covers. My father could have made good money selling them, but if the officials found out, he would have been publicly executed for inciting a rebellion. Most of the peacekeepers turned a blind eye to the few of us who hunt, because they're as hungry for fresh meat as anybody is. In fact, they're among our best customers. But the idea that someone might be arming the scene would have never been allowed. I wonder why that is. I question why that is, one may ask. They don't want you to have the weapons. This is gonna start sounding like an Alex Jones podcast, but I swear, I'm like, they don't want you to be armed. They don't want you to be armed and educated. This is what Hunger Games does to you. In the fall, let me collect myself. In the fall, a few brave souls sneak into the woods to harvest apples, but always inside of the meadow. Always close enough to run back to the safety of District 12 if trouble arises. District 12, where you can starve to death in safety. I was younger, I scared my mother to death. The things I would blurt out about District 12, about the people who rule our country, Pan Am, from the far-off city called the capital. Eventually, I understood this would only lead us to more trouble. So I learned to hold my tongue and to turn my features into an indifferent mask so no one could ever read my thoughts. Do my work quietly in school, make only polite small talk in the public market, discuss little more than trades in the hob, which is the black market where I make most of my money. Even at home, where I am less pleasant, I avoid discussing tricky topics, like the reaping or food storages or the Hunger Games. They said the name, That's it, Patrick, that's the name. Bert might begin to repeat my words, and then where would we be? Wow. I remember her being like super depressing, but I don't remember her being like this. I'm like, she is going through it. She needs a therapist for sure. I'm like, damn, get the 16-year-old at a Boys and Girls Club. This 16-year-old needs a fucking therapist. Where is Dr. Phil? Actually, keep that motherfucker away from the 16-year-old. Keep him away, please. Roll credits, absolutely. I have to cough. Okay. In the woods waits the only person with whom I can be myself. Womp womp, womp womp womp. It's Gail. Womp womp. Womp womp. I fucking hate Gail. Gail is a sick motherfucker. I hate Gail. All my homies hate Gail. Gail fucking sucks. I hate him. I don't care that Gail is also 16. I don't give a fuck. I fucking hate Gail. Gail fucking sucks. Top 10 worst book characters of all time. I do not care. People that like Gail, you're weird. You're so strange to me. I hope you know that I don't like you. You're very strange. I don't like you. You're a very strange individual. But, you know, he doesn't really do much in this book, so let me get off him. Let me get off his neck. Let me just get off his neck a little bit. I can feel the muscles in my face relaxing, my pace quickening as I climb the hills to our place. Yikes. A rock ledge overlooking a valley. A thicket of berry bushes protects it from unwanted eyes. The sight of him waiting there brings on a smile. Gail says, I never smile except in the woods. Hey, catnip. Disgusting, says Gail. My real name is Katniss. Oh, that's gonna be a name you're gonna want to put in your back pocket for later. But when I first told him, I barely whispered it, so he thought I said catnip. Then when this crazy link started following me around the woods looking for handouts, it became his official nickname for him. I fucking hate this guy. I just know too much. I just cannot with this man. I do not like him. I do not like him in a hat. I do not like him with a cat. I do not like him by a boat. I do not like him at the boat. I do not like this guy named Gail. I do not like him with some kale. I just don't like this guy. Alright, let me stop. I'm ad-libbing a part of this book, Suzanne Collins. I'm so sorry. I'm butchering it. You wrote a beautiful novel. It's just I can't help but commentate. I finally had to kill the Lynx because he scared off Game. I almost regretted it because he was in bad company, but I got a decent price for his pelt. Look at what I shot. Gil holds up a loaf of bread with an arrow stuck in it, and I laugh. It's real bakery bread, not the flat, dense loaves we make from our grain rations. I take it in my hands, pull out the arrow, and hold the puncture in the crust of my nose, inhaling the fragrance that makes my mouth flood with saliva. Fine bread like this is for special occasions. I say. He must have been at the bakery at the crack of dawn to trade for it. What did it cost you? Everything. That's not what he said. Just a squirrel. I think the old man was feeling sentimental this morning. Even wished me luck. Well, we all feel a little closer today, don't we? I say, not even bothering to roll my eyes. Prim left us cheese. I pull it out. His expression brightens at the treat. Thank you, Prim. We'll have a real feast. He suddenly falls into a capital accent as he mimics, if he drink it, the maniacal, upbeat woman who arrives once a year to read out the names of the reaping. I almost forgot. Happy Hunger Games. He plucks a few blackberries from the bushes around us, and maybe the odds. He tosses a berry in a high arc towards me. I catch it in my mouth and break the delicate skin with my teeth. The sweet tartness explodes across my tongue. Be ever in your favor. She ate with that one. She ate with that one. She ate. No crumbs were left on the table the night that Suzanne Collins wrote that. She ate that. Suzanne said, I'm gonna write a slogan that's so sickening. They're gonna be using this on Etsy for years afterwards. Yes. Yes. We live for that. We really do. I finish with equal verve. We have to joke about it because the alternative is to be scared out of your wits. Besides, the capital accent is so affected. Almost anything sounds funny in it. I watch as Gail pulls out a knife and slices the bread. He could be my brother. This is why this shit is so disgusting. He could be my brother anyway. Straight black hair, olive skin. We even have the same gray eyes. The fact... Okay, let me just take a pause. Let me take a minute to just pause. Okay. Actually, let me finish. But we're not related. At least not closely. Most of the families who work the mines resemble one another this way. That's why my mother and Prim, with their light hair and blue eyes, always look out of place. They are. My mother's parents were part of a small merchant class that caters to officials, peacekeepers, and the occasional scene customer. They ran an apothecary shop in a nicer part of District 12. Thank you for the thirsty redeem. Thank you, thank you. I'll do that in 1 second. Since almost no one can afford doctors, apothecaries are our healers. My father got to know my mother because on his hunts, he would sometimes collect medicinal herbs and sell them to her shop to be brewed into remedies. She must have really loved him to leave her home for the scene. I try to remember that when all I can see is the woman who sat by, blank and unreachable, while her children turn to skin and bones. I try to forgive her for my father's sake, but to be honest, I'm not the forgiving type. Okay, I have to pause right here because, first of all, Thirsty Redeem, thank you so much. Oh my god, I'm gonna say it wrong. Nakato, thank you. I very much appreciate it. I am in fact thirsty. So I'm gonna pause the book right here. And I'm gonna put, oh, I actually have a bookmark and I don't know where I put it. That's a shame. That is a shame. I got a bookmark gifted to me and I have no idea where I put it. It's a nice metal one. Okay. I'm gonna take a drink because I need it. From my water bottle. It's probably really loud, especially since I have my nails. But I love doing that. Okay. The thing is, I actually was very thirsty. I get really thirsty all the time. But like, I never know unless I actually start drinking. You know, I'm just in a constant state of dehydration. So I very much appreciate the hydrate. Okay, I was also gonna say we're gonna take a pause because I have to address the fact that Suzanne Collins wrote in the book that Katniss Everdeen was olive-toned. Can I just say for a minute, why did they cast? I will forever despise the fact that they casted Jennifer Lawrence in the movies, because in my head, this is a brown girl. This is a brown girl. Olive-toned with dark hair and gray eyes. Be so fucking for real. That's Native American, bitch. Be so fucking for real. That's Native American. Suzanne Collins, hunters. They were hunters. They live in the way that the book describes Katniss and District 12. I feel like this is not even a stretch, because like I feel like she said it herself, Suzanne Collins, like she is supposed to be like Native American. Why is Katniss Everdeen white? her sister came out that a little lighter, you know, for sure, and her mom is definitely white, but like her dad, Katniss, yeah, it disgusts me because I feel like it lessens the impact. It lessens the impact of everything that happens that you're watching when you see fucking Katniss Everdeen, Miss Jennifer Lawrence portray it, versus like a person of color. But whatever. We'll get back to you. We'll get back to you. Anyway. I mean, you hear this and you're like, oh, okay, olive skin. I'm not thinking white woman, but okay, that's just me. Okay, back to it. Page 8. Gail spreads the bread slices with the soft goat cheese, carefully placing a basil leaf on each while I strip the bushes of their berries. We settle back into a nook in the rocks. From this place we are invisible, but have a clear view of the valley, which is teeming with summer life. Greens to gather, roots to dig, fish iridescent in the sunlight. The day is glorious, with a blue sky and soft breeze. The food's wonderful, with the cheese seeping into the warm bread and the berries bursting in our mouths. Everything would be perfect if this was really a holiday. If all the day off meant was roaming in the mountains with Gale, hunting for tonight's supper. But instead, we have to be standing in the square at 2 o'clock, waiting for the names to be called out. Once again, you hear that description of daily life, and you're like, white woman, European. I know I'm not supposed to care, but like, I do. I do. And I also don't appreciate, because of the fact that Jennifer Lawrence was cast as Katniss, right? In the subsequent, like, what is it called? Like the illustrations at this point in time. So whenever anybody does like illustrations, right, for this book, like official illustrations, they draw Katniss as a white woman when before the movies had come out, everyone was drawing this bitch dark. It was pissing me off. Don't piss me off. Do not piss me off. In the future, I'm gonna need them to correct that. Stop with the propaganda. I don't want to see it anymore. Thank you. We could do it, you know. Gail says quietly. What? I ask. Leave the district. Run off. Live in the woods. You and I, we could make it, says Gail. I don't know how to respond. The idea is so preposterous. If we didn't have so many kids, yes, quickly. They're not our kids, of course, but they might as well be. Gail's two little brothers and a sister, Brim. And you might as well throw in our mothers too, because how would they live without us? Who would fill those mouths that are always asking for more? With both of us hunting daily, there are still nights where game has to be swapped out for lard or shoelaces or wool. Still nights when we go to bed with our stomachs growling. I never want to have kids, I say. I might, if I didn't live here, says Gail. But you do, I say, irritated. As he should, as she should be irritated. What the fuck are you talking about, Gail? Shut the fuck up. I would not have kids if I lived here, if I didn't live here. Shh. Shh, shh, shh. Hush. That's not the reality. They turned my POC character into a white person. I can't have shit. I can't have shit in capitalism. I hate it here. I mean, that's literally part of the book too, because we're gonna get to some of my favorite sections. I hope we get there, but that's a little bit later, because they do some fucked up shit in the Hunger Games movies that I cannot. I hate it. And I love the Hunger Games. I love the franchise. I love all the movies. Don't get me wrong, but I have like serious criticisms of the movies that I don't think that people should forget just because they're a pretty decent adaptation of the books. Page 10. Forget it, he snaps back. This conversation feels all wrong. Leave? How could I leave Brim, who's the only person in the world I'm certain I love? And Gale is devoted to his family, is he? Question mark. We can't leave, so why bother talking about it? And even if we did, where's all this stuff about having kids coming from? There's never been anything romantic between Gale and me. Pause for dramatic effect. When we met, I was a skinny 12-year-old, and although he was only 2 years older, he had already looked like a man. It took a long time for us to even become friends, to stop haggling over every trade and begin helping each other out. Besides, if he wants kids, Gale won't have any trouble finding a wife. He's good-looking, strong enough to handle the work in the mines, and he can hunt. You can tell by the way the girls whisper about him when he walks by in the school that they want him. It makes me jealous, but not for the reason people would think. Good hunting partners are hard to find. Katniss Everdeen, you are the funniest person alive. Katniss Everdeen, you are so funny. She's like, I really don't give a fuck if you have kids. Like, are you still gonna hunt with me? That's really all that matters. I don't give a fuck about these kids. Are you going to catch game with me? What do you want to do? I ask. We can hunt, fish, or gather. Once again, I have to ask, hunt, fish, gather. What does that make you think of? Anyway, this was also done during, because Suzanne Collins also wrote this book during the Iraq War. Just think about that. Does that scream European to you? Anyway. Let's fish at the lake. We can leave our poles and gather in the woods. Get something nice for tonight. Tonight, after the reaping, everyone is supposed to celebrate. And a lot of people do, out of relief that their children have been spared for another year. But at least 2 families will pull their shutters, lock their doors, and try to figure out how they will survive the painful weeks to come. We make out well. The predators ignore us on a day when an easier, tastier prey abounds. By late morning, we have a dozen fish, a bag of greens, and best of all, a gallon of strawberries. I found a patch a few years ago, but Gail had the idea to string mesh nets around it to keep out the animals. On the way home, we swing by the Hob, a black market that operates in an abandoned warehouse that once held coal. When they came up with a more efficient system that transported the coal directly from the mines to the trains, the Hob gradually took over the space. Most businesses are closed by this time on the reaping day, but the black market's still fairly busy. We easily trade 6 of the fish for good bread, the other 2 for salt. Greasy Say, the bony old woman who sells bowls of hot soup from a large kettle, takes half the grains off our hands in exchange for a couple of chunks of paraffin. We might do a tad better elsewhere, but we make an effort to keep on good terms with Greasy Say. She's the only one who can consistently be counted on to buy wild dog. We don't hunt them on purpose, but if you're attacked and you take out a dog or 2, well, meat is meat. Once it's in the soup, I'll call it beef, Greasy Say says with a wink. No one in the scene would turn up their nose at a good leg of wild dog, but the peacekeepers who come to the hub can afford to be a little bit choosier. When we finish our business at the market, we go to the back door of the mayor's house to sell half the strawberries, knowing he has a particular fondness for them and can afford our price. The mayor's daughter, Madge, opens the door. She's in my year at school, and being the mayor's daughter, you'd expect her to be a snob, but she's alright. She just keeps to herself, like me. Since neither of us really has a group of friends, we seem to end up together a lot at school. Eating lunch, sitting next to each other at assemblies, partnering for sports activities. We rarely talk, which suits us both just fine. I forgot about this character for movie reasons, because I watch the movies like all the time, and I haven't read the books in forever. Today, her drab school outfit has been replaced by an expensive white dress. Her blonde hair is done up with a pink ribbon. Reaping clothes. Pretty dress, says Gail. Matt shoots him a look, trying to see if he's genuine, see if it's a genuine compliment or if he's just being ironic. It is a pretty dress, but she would never be wearing it ordinarily. She presses her lips together and then smiles. Well, if I end up going to the Capitol, I want to look nice, don't I? Now it's Gail's turn to be confused. Does she mean it? Or is she messing with him? I'm guessing the second. You won't be going to the Capitol, Gail says coolly. His eyes land on a small circular pin that adorns her dress. Real gold, beautifully crafted. It could keep a family in bread for months. What can you have? 5 entries. I've had 6 when I was just 12 years old. That's not her fault, I say. No, it's no one's fault. It's just the way it is, says Gail. Madge's face has become closed off. She puts the money for the berries in my hand. Good luck, Katniss. You too, I say, and the door closes. We walk toward the seam in silence. I don't like that Gail took a dig at Madge, but he's right, of course. The reaping system is unfair, with the poor getting the worst of it. You become eligible for the reaping the day you turn 12. That year, your name is entered once, at 13, twice, and so on, until you reach the age of 18. The final year of eligibility, when your name goes into the pool 7 times. That's true for every citizen in all 12 districts in the entire country of Panem. But here's the catch. Say you're poor and starving, as we were. You can opt to add your name more times in exchange for tesserae. Each tesserae is worth a meager year's supply of grain and oil for one person. You may do this for each of your family members as well. So, at the age of 12, I had my name entered 4 times. Once because I had to, and 3 times for a tesserae for grain and oil for myself, for Brim and my mother. are cumulative. So now, at the age of 16, my name will be in the reaping 20 times. Gail, who is 18. Gail is 18 years old. I'm smiling, but it's really not funny. Let me stop. Gail is 18 years old. Let me stop. In my head, Gail was 16. In my head, Gail was the same age as her because this shit didn't make sense. Gail is 18 years old. Does Gail hang out with Drake? Why is... And let me stop. Let me stop. Let me get focused. I'm thinking ahead. Let me stop. I don't remember Gail being 18. Let me stop this. Gail, who is 18, has been either helping or single-handedly feeding a family of 5 for 7 years and will have had his name in 42 times. You can see why someone like Madge, who has never been at risk for needing a tessera, can set him off. The chance of her name being drawn in is very slim compared to those of us who live in the seam. Not impossible, but slim. And even though the rules were set up by the capital, not the districts, certainly not Madge's family, it's hard not to resent those who don't have to sign up for the tessera. Gale knows his anger at Madge is misdirected. On other days, deep in the woods, I've listened to him rant about the tessera. How it's just another tool to cause misery to those in our district. A way to plant hatred between the starving workers of the seam and those who can generally count on supper, and thereby ensure we will never trust one another. It's to the capital's advantage to have us divided among ourselves, he might say, if there were no ears to hear but mine. If it wasn't reaping day, if a girl with a gold pin and no tessera had not been made, what I'm sure she thought was a harmless comment. As we walk, I glance over at Gale's face, still smoldering underneath his stony expression. His rages seem pointless to me, although I never say so. It's not that I don't agree with him. I do. But what good is yelling about the capital in the middle of the woods? It doesn't change anything. It doesn't make things fair. It doesn't fill our stomachs. In fact, it scares off the nearby game. I let him yell, though. It's better he does it in the woods than in the district. Gale and I divide our spoils, leaving 2 fish, a couple of loaves of good bread, greens, a quart of strawberries, salt, paraffin, and a bit of money for each. See you in the square, I say. Wear something pretty, he says flatly. At home, I find my mother and sister are ready to go. My mother wears a fine dress from her apothecary. I'm sorry, I can't be straight the entire time because I'm laughing at the way I'm saying words. Oh my god, I was saying this word perfectly fine before. Apothecary. Jesus Christ. Apothecary days. Okay. Perm is the first. Let me take a minute. Okay, I'm back. Unlock the fuck in. Okay. Perm is the first reaping outfit. A skirt and a ruffled blouse. It's a big fit on her, but my mother has made it stay with pins. Even so, she's having trouble keeping the blouse tucked in at the back. A tub of warm water waits for me. I scrub off the dirt and sweat from the woods and even wash my hair. To my surprise, my mother has laid out one of her own lovely dresses for me. A soft blue thing with matching shoes. Are you sure? I ask. I'm trying to get past rejecting offers of help from her. For a while, I was so angry. I wouldn't allow her to do anything for me. says Prim in a hushed voice. And nothing like myself, I say. I hug her, because I know these next few hours will be terrible for her. Her first reaping. She's about as safe as you can get, since she's only entered once. I wouldn't let her take out any Desiree. But she's worried about me, that the unthinkable might happen. I protect Prim in every way I can, but I'm powerless against the reaping. I anguish I always feel when she's in pain. The anguish I feel when she's always in pain wells up in my chest and threatens to register on my face. I notice her blouse is pulled out of her skirt in the back again, and I force myself to stay calm. Tuck in your tail, little duck, I say, smoothing the blouse back in place. Prim giggles and gives me a small quack. Quack yourself, I say, with a light laugh. The kind only Prim can draw out of me. Come on, let's eat, I say, and I plant a quick kiss on the top of her head. The fish and greens are already cooking in a stew, but that will be for supper. We decide to save the strawberries and the bakery bread for this evening's meal to make it special, we say. Instead, we drink milk from Prim's goat, Lady, and eat the rough bread made from the tessera grain, although no one has much of an appetite anyway. The crisp page-turning ASMR. I'm actually turning the fucking page. This is a real fucking book I grabbed. Hardcover and everything. I mean, actually it's paperback, but it's got the Lionsgate fucking shit on the back. I hate that. It's got fucking Jennifer Lawrence on the back of this shit. God damn it. But it's still the original book, so I'll read it. I'll take it. I'm trying not to touch my nails too much because that can be really loud. Keeping it nice and soft. Alright. At 1 o'clock, we head to the square. Attendance is mandatory unless you are on death's door. This evening, officials will come around and check to see if this is the case. If not, you will be imprisoned. It's too bad, really, that they hold the reaping in the square, one of the few places in District 12 that can be pleasant. The square is surrounded. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Wow. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you. So appreciated. Hi, hello, how are you? How was stream? I see you were playing ASMR. You were doing ASMR. How was it? What were you doing? I'd love to know. Hi, hello readers. My name is Puppkats. I'm an asexual, non-binary sex demon after nothing but your heart. Let's cut it out for me, won't you? I use they, them pronouns. They, them, theirs. And right now we are doing an ASMR reading night. I am reading The Hunger Games, Book 1. We're not even that far in, we're only on page 16. Also, thank you so much for the follows. Thank you. Jane the Sydney. Thank you, Cillium Billiam. Thank you. It's very much appreciated. I'm gonna add some hearts. In your honor on me right now. Oh, unfortunately, we are in fact hitting our 3-minute ad break. So, just in case you do get it with 3 minutes of advertisements, please take this time to take care of yourself in whatever way you need to. That could be getting some water, taking a deep breath, going to the bathroom, doing whatever you need to do to take care of yourself in that moment, because you will be hit with 3 minutes of advertisements at the top of the hour. unless you are in fact subscribed to your favorite puppkats. Hi, hello, that is in fact me. It is an honor. That one is specifically for Jane and Billiam. Yours is coming soon enough. Don't worry, I got it. Oh, you have to get up early in the morning. Well, I appreciate your reading. I also want to let you know that if you're tired, if you're hungry, if you're sleepy, please get the fuck out of here. Please get the fuck out of here. Go to sleep. Please go take care of yourself. Please do not stay here. I am begging you to not do that. Take care of yourself. Get the fuck out of here. Please. It's very important for you to take care of yourself in that way, and I take no offense to people having to leave, and that is also any of the readers that came in, the streamer. That's every single person. Please go take care of yourself in whatever way you need to, because that's way more important than watching me read this book or listening to me read the Hunger Games. Okay, so I'd rather you go do that and take care of yourself. Well, speaking of taking care of myself, I'm gonna do a quick stretch because I've been in a locked position for a second. Okay. So yeah, please go take care of yourself in whatever way resonates for you. I will. I hope you have a good stream, of course. Please go get some sleep. You said you have to wake up early tomorrow, and I know how much of a struggle that can be. So just take care of yourself. Get the fuck out of here. Respectfully fuck off, as we like to say in this community. Hi raiders, any raiders that want to stay, feel free as well. I am a very casual streamer. Like, I am not an ASMRist. I am the artist and variety streamer. I just like doing ASMR occasionally. So I don't require people to chat. That's not my thing. If you feel like chatting, that's fine too. If you feel like commenting, that's fine too. But my prerogative is comfy, cozy degeneracy. So just relax in whatever way feels good for you. And that's on all of my streams, not just tonight. So if you don't feel like chatting, that's totally fine. If you want to lurk, fall asleep, do whatever you need to do, that's totally fine, as long as you are not a disturbance. As long as you're not a nuisance, totally fine. Yeah, so I'm gonna go back to reading, but I very much appreciate the read. Again, no pressure to chat. There's never any pressure to do anything. And I'm not a traditional ASMR, so please don't expect traditional ASMR stuff. That's just not me. Okay, let me pick up this book again. Wow. We're getting to the juicy part. Oh my god, something. I think it was my lip balm. That's really bad. I'm gonna have to pick that up in a minute. Okay, where were we? We were on page 16, chapter 1. But today, despite the bright banners hanging on the buildings, there's an air of grimness. The camera crews perched like buzzards on rooftops only add to the effect. People file in silently and sign in. The reaping is a good opportunity for the capital to keep tabs on the population as well. 12 through 18-year-olds are herded into roped areas marked off by ages, the oldest in the front, the young ones, like Prim, towards the back. The family members line up around the perimeter, holding tightly to one another's hands. But there are others too, who have no one they love at stake, or who no longer care, who slip among the crowd, taking bets on the two kids whose names will be drawn. 1 second, I really have to cough. feel a little bit better now. Odds are given on their ages, whether they're seam or merchants. If they will break down and weep, most refuse dealing with the racketeers, but carefully. These same people tend to be informers, and who hasn't broken the law. I could be shot on a daily basis for hunting, but the appetites of those in charge protect me. Not everyone can claim the same. Anyway, I'm laughing because she says anyway. She's like, anyway. Gail and I agree. If we have to choose between dying of hunger. Thank you so much for the follow. Inhale, exhale. That's a really good reminder to take a deep breath. Thank you. You get a little heart in your honor. I'm gonna put it on right now. We'll take a pause just for you so we can put it on because I very much appreciate the follow. Thank you. I know she's like, anyway, that's not my fucking problem. That's why I'm like, Katniss is quite hilarious actually. Katniss is very funny. To me at least, Katniss is very funny. She's a very funny 16-year-old. Alright. Anyway, Gail and I agree if we have to choose between dying of hunger and a bullet in the head, the bullet would be much quicker. The space gets tighter, more claustrophobic as people arrive. The square is quite large, but not enough to hold District 12's population of about 8,000. Latecomers are directed to the adjents. Oh my god. Streets, my throat. Or they can watch the event on screens as it's televised live by the state. I find myself standing in a clump of 16s from the seam. We all exchange terse nods, then focus our attention on the temporary stage that is set up before the Justice Building. It holds 3 chairs, a podium, and 2 large glass balls, one for the boys and one for the girls. No NBs allowed. It's not the time. I stare at the paper slips in the girls' ball. 20 of them have Katniss Everdeen written on them in careful handwriting. 2 of the 3 chairs fill with Madge's father, Mayor Undersea, who is a tall, balding man, and Effie Trinket, District 12's escort, fresh from the capital with her scary white grin and spring green suit. They all murmur to each other and then look with concern at the empty seat. Reading from a physical book to Pup the Librarian. I love a physical book. Like, you guys thought that I was gonna be reading from a screen. No, I got this shit right in front of me. I got the book at $12.99 Scholastic. I got the book. I got all 3 of the books. Like, I'm in it. I'm in it for the long haul. We're gonna be doing these streams for a fucking minute. I'm in it. I got all 3 of these books hard copy. Like, we got the book. Alright. I got the reviews on the back. I didn't read them earlier, but it's from John Green. It says brilliantly plotted. A perfectly paced book. The New York Times book review. I was so obsessed with this book. The Hunger Games is amazing, said Stephanie Meyer, author of the Twilight Saga. A violent, jarring speed rap of a novel that generates nearly constant suspense. I couldn't stop reading. Stephen King, Entertainment Weekly. They got everybody on this bitch to give a good review. They said, where are the authors? We're gonna need the authors to put something on the back of this book. Alright, back to it. We're getting to the good part. Just as the town clock strikes 2, the mayor steps up to the podium and begins to read. It's the same story. It tells of the history of Panem, the country that rose up out of the ashes, that was once called North America. The disasters, the droughts, the storms, the fires, the encroaching seas of so much of the land, the brutal war for what little substance remains. The result was Panem, a shining capital ringed by 13 districts, which brought peace and prosperity to its citizens. Then came the dark days, the uprising of the districts against the capital. 12 were defeated and 13 obliterated. The Treaty of Treason gave us the new laws to guarantee peace, and as our yearly reminder that the dark days must never be repeated, it gave us the Hunger Games. The rules of the Hunger Games are simple. In punishment for the uprising, each of the 12 districts must provide one girl and one boy called tributes to participate. The 24 tributes will be imprisoned in a vast outdoor arena that could hold anything from a burning desert to a frozen wasteland. Over a period of several weeks, the competitors must fight to the death. The last tribute standing wins. Taking the kids from our districts, forcing them to kill each other while we watch. This is the capital's way of reminding us how totally we are at their mercy, how little chance we would stand of surviving another rebellion. Whatever words they use, the real message is clear. Look at how we take your children and sacrifice them, and there's nothing you can do. If you lift a finger, we will destroy every last one of you, just as we did District 13. To make it humiliating as well as torturous, the capital requires us to treat the Hunger Game as a festivity, a sporting event pitting every district against the others. The last tribute alive receives a life of ease back home, and their district will be showered in prizes, largely consisting of food. All year, the capital will show the winning district gifts of grain and oil and even delicacies like sugar, while the rest of us battle starvation. It is both a time for repentance and a time for thanks, says the mayor. Then he reads the list of the past 12 victors. The past District 12 victors. In 74 years, we've had exactly 2. Only one is still alive. Hamish Abernathy, a paunchy, middle-aged man who at this very moment appears hollering something unintelligible, staggers onto the stage and falls into the 3rd chair. He's drunk. Very. The crowd responds with its token applause, but he's confused and tries to give Effie Trinket a big hug, which she barely manages to fend off. The mayor looks distressed. Since all of this is being televised right now, District 12 is the laughingstock of Panem, and he knows it. He quickly tries to pull the attention back to the reaping by introducing Effie Trinket. Bright and bubbly as ever, Effie Trinket trots to the podium and gives her signature, "Happy Hunger Games. May the odds be ever in your favor." Her pink hair must be a wig because her curls have shifted off center since her encounter with Hamish. About what an honor it is to be there, although everyone knows she's aching to get bumped up to a better district where they have proper victors, not drunks who molest you in front of the entire crowd. That's a crazy line. That's a crazy line. Okay. To the crowd, I spot Gail looking back at me with a ghost of a smile. As reapings go, this one at least has a slight entertainment factor. But suddenly, I'm thinking of Gale and his 42 names in that big glass ball and how the odds are not in his favor. Not compared to a lot of the boys. And maybe he's thinking the same thing about me. Face darkens, and he turns away. But there are still that. I wish I could whisper to him. It's time for the drawing. Iffy Trinket says, as she always does, ladies first, and crosses to the glass ball with the girl's name. She reaches in, takes her hand deep into the ball, and pulls out a slip of paper. The crowd draws in a collective breath, and then you can hear a pin drop, and I'm almost feeling nauseous, and I so desperately hope that it's not me, that it's not me, that it's not me. Every trinket crosses back to the podium, smoothes the slip of paper, then reads out the name in a clear voice. And it's not me. It's Primrose Everdeen. Gagged. That's chapter 1. Gagged. That's a book right there. Yeah. That's a book right there. That's how you do a book. Thank you. Authors take note. That's how you do chapter 1 of a book. Intrigue, setup, exposition that doesn't really feel like it's bloated. That's how you do it. Easy in 20 pages. Yup. 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 Chapter 2. One time, when I was in a blind, in a tree, waiting motionless for game to wander by, I dozed off, then fell 10 feet to the ground, landing on my back. Please don't bring up Ketchy during this wonderful time. He's not allowed here. He's a sick man. He's not allowed in this stream. It was as if the impact had knocked the very wisp of air from my lungs, and I lay there struggling to inhale, to exhale, to do anything. That's how I feel now, trying to remember how to breathe, unable to speak, totally stunned as a name bounces around the inside of my skull. Someone is gripping my arm, a boy from the seam, and I think I started to fall and he caught me. There must have been some mistake. This can't be happening. Prim was just one slip of paper in thousands. Her chances of being chosen so remote that I had not even bothered to worry about her. Hadn't I done everything? Taken the tesserae, refused to let her do the same. One slip in thousands. The odds had been entirely in her favor. But it hadn't mattered. That's the part. I love this because, like, that's really the truth of the matter. Like, sometimes in life, you can do everything right. You can do everything right. And it doesn't even fucking matter. Like, it really does not matter. And that's one of the most depressing things of all time, but it makes it so fucking good in this moment. Somewhere far away, I can hear the crowd murmuring unhappily as they always do when a 12-year-old gets chosen, because no one thinks it's fair. And then I see her, the blood drained from her face, hands clenched in fists at her side, walking with stiff, small steps up towards the seas, passing me. And I see the back of her blouse has become untucked and hangs out. It's this detail, the untucked blouse forming a ducktail, that brings me back to my Prim. The strangled cry comes out of my throat just as she's about to mount the steps. With one sweep of my arm, I push her behind me. I volunteer. I volunteer as tribute. I gasp. There's some confusion on the stage. District 12 hasn't had a volunteer in decades, and the protocol has become rusty. The rule is that once a tribute's name has been pulled from the ball, another eligible boy, if a boy's name has been read, or a girl, if a girl's name has been read, can step forward to take his or her place. In some districts, in which winning the reaping is such a great honor, people are eager to risk their lives. The volunteering is complicated, but in District 12, where the word tribute is pretty much synonymous with the word corpse, volunteers are all but extinct. Lovely, says Iffy Trinket, but I believe there's a small matter of introducing the reaping winner and then asking for volunteers. And if one does come forth and she trails off, unsure of herself. What does it matter? Asked the mayor. He's looking at me with a pained expression on his face. He doesn't know me, really, but there's faint recognition there. I'm the girl who brings the strawberries. The girl his daughter might have spoken of on occasion. The girl who 5 years ago stood huddled with her mother and sister as he presented her, the oldest child, with a medal, I cannot speak, with a medal of valor, medal. I'm gonna log in, don't worry, I'll log in. A medal for her father, vaporized in the mines. Does he remember that? What does it matter? He repeats gruffly. Let her come forward. Prim is screaming hysterically behind me. She's wrapped her skinny arms around me like a vice. No, Katniss, no, you can't go. Prim, let go. I say harshly, because this is upsetting me, and I don't want to cry. When they televise the replay of the reapings tonight, everyone will make note of my tears, and I'll be marked as an easy target, a weakling. I will give no one that satisfaction. Let go. I can feel someone pulling her from my back, and I turn and see Gale has lifted Prim off the ground, and she's thrashing in his arms. Up you go, Catnip, he says in a voice. He's fighting to keep steady, and then he carries Prim off towards my mother. I steel myself and climb the steps. Well, bravo, gushes Iffy Trinket. That's the spirit of the games. She's pleased to finally have a district with a little action going on in it. What's your name? I swallow hard. Katniss Everdeen, I say. I bet my buttons that was your sister. Don't want her to steal all the glory, do we? Come on, everybody. Let's give a big round of applause to our newest tribute, trills Effie Trinket. To the everlasting credit of the people of District 12, not one person claps. Not even the ones holding betting slips, the ones who are usually beyond caring. Possibly because they know me from the hub, or knew my father, or... have encountered Prim, who no one can help loving. So instead of acknowledging applause, I stand there, unmoving, while they take part in the boldest form of dissent they can manage. Silence. Which says we do not agree. We do not condone. All of this is wrong. Then something unexpected happens. At least, I face that cares about me. But a shift has occurred since I stepped up to take Prim's place, and now it seems I have become someone precious. At first one, then another, then almost every member of the crowd touches the 3 middle fingers of their left hand to their lips and holds it out to me. It's an old, rarely used gesture of our district, occasionally seen at funerals. It means thanks. It means admiration. It means goodbye to someone you love. Now, I am truly in danger of crying, but fortunately, Hamish chooses this time to come staggering across the stage to congratulate me. Look at her. Look at this one, he hollers, throwing an arm around my shoulders. He's surprisingly strong for such a wreck. I like her. His breath reeks of liquor, and it's been a long time since he's bathed. Lots of, he can't think of the word for a while. Spunk, he says triumphantly. More than you. He releases me and starts for the front of the stage. More than you, he shouts, pointing directly into a camera. Is he addressing the audience, or is he so drunk he might actually be taunting the Capitol? I'll never know, because just as he's opening his mouth to continue, Hamish plummets off the stage and knocks himself unconscious. He's disgusting, but I'm grateful. With every camera gleefully trained on him, I have just enough time to release the small choke sound in my throat and compose myself. I put my hands behind my back and stare into the distance. I can see the hills I climbed on this morning with Gail. For a moment, I yearn for something. The idea of us leaving the district, making our way in the woods. But I know I was right about not running off, because who else would have volunteered for Prim? I'm pausing for just 1 second to say that I love the constant mention of this allowance of vulnerability throughout the book, because Katniss, it's easy to forget because Katniss goes through so much in this series, but Katniss is literally 16 years old. She's only 16, and she is not allowed for a single second of time since she was 11 years old to be vulnerable because of her father's passing, because she had to be the adult in her family. And even in the worst day of her life, she can't even cry for a single second. She can't release a sound because it's going to be televised, it's going to be made into a spectacle. Like, all of her life has been someone else's. It's been her family's, it's been Prim's, and even in this moment, the worst day of her life, it's the Capitol's. And I appreciate them calling attention to that throughout the series, but just in this moment as well. Hamish is whisked away on a stretcher, and Effie Trinket is trying to get the ball rolling again. What an exciting day, she warbles as she attempts to straighten her wig, which is listed severely to the right. But more excitement to come. It's time to choose our boy tribute. Clearly hoping to contain her tenuous hair situation, she plants one hand on her head as she crosses the ball that contains the boys' names and grabs the first slip she encounters. She zips back to the podium, and I don't have time to wish for Gail's safety when she's reading the name. Peeta Mellark. Peeta Mellark. Oh no, I think. Not him. Because I recognize this name, although I have never spoken directly to its owner. Peeta Mellark. No, the odds are not in my favor today. I watch watch him as he makes his way towards the stage. Medium height, stocky build, ashy blonde hair that falls in waves over his forehead. The shock of the moment is registering on his face. You can see his struggle to remain emotionless, but his blue eyes show the alarm that I've seen so often in Prey. Yet he steadily climbs onto the stage and takes his place. Cue that fuck-ass whistle. Shut up. Womp 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 womp. But like, actually, I will say one of my favorite changes, just to pause, one of my favorite changes from the books to the movie is that Peter Malark has brown eyes. Because ain't no way that shit would have worked if he had blue eyes. He needed those big baby browns, you know what I'm saying? That big doe-eyed brown eyes. Like, yes, that was a smart move. Suzanne Collins, you weren't thinking. I know why you made his eyes blue, but like, you weren't thinking long term when you wrote that in the book. It's okay, it's fine, we fixed it. You weren't thinking, and it's okay, it's fine. It's okay. I still love you, it's okay. F.A. Trinket asks for volunteers, but no one steps forward. He has 2 older brothers. I know, I've seen them in the bakery. But one is probably too old now to volunteer, and the other won't. This is standard. Family devotion only goes so far for most people on reaping day. What I did was a radical thing. The mayor begins to read the long, dull treaty of treason, as he does every year at this point. It's required, but I'm not listening to a word. Why him? I think. Then I try to convince myself it doesn't matter. Peter Malark and I are not friends, not even neighbors. We don't speak. Our only real interaction happened years ago. He's probably forgotten it, but I haven't, and I know I never will. It was during the worst time. My father had been killed in the mine accident 3 months earlier in the bitterest January anyone could remember. The numbness of his loss had passed, and the pain would hit me out of nowhere, doubling me over, racking my body with sobs. Where are you? I would cry out in my mind. Where have you gone? Of course, there was never any answer. The district had given us a small amount of money as compensation for his death, enough to cover 1 month of grieving at a time where my mother would be expected to get a job. Only she didn't. She didn't do anything but sit propped up in a chair, or more often huddled under the blankets on her bed, eyes fixed on some point in the distance. Once in a while, she'd stir, get up, as if moved by some urgent purpose, only to then collapse back into stillness. No amount of pleading from Brim seemed to affect her. I was terrified. I suppose now that my mother was locked in some dark world of sadness, but at the time, all I knew was that I had not only lost a father, but a mother as well. At 11 years old, with Brim just 7, I took over as head of the family. There was no other choice. I bought our food at the market and cooked it best as I could, and tried to keep Brim and myself looking presentable, because if it had become known that my mother could no longer care for us, the district would have taken us away from her and placed us in the community home. I had grown up seeing those kids, those home kids at school, the sadness, the marks of angry hands on their faces, the hopelessness that curled their shoulders forward. I could never let that happen to Brim. Sweet, tiny Brim. shaving mirror each night because he hated the layer of coal dust that settled on everything in the seam. The community home would crush her like a bug, so I kept our predicament a secret. But the money ran out, and we were slowly starving to death. There was no other way to put it. I kept telling myself, if I could only hold out until May, just May 8th, I would turn 12 and be able to sign up for the Deseret and get that precious grain and oil to feed us. Only there were still several weeks to go. We could well all be dead by then. Starvation's not an uncommon fate in District 12. Who hasn't seen the victims? Older people who can't work, children from a family with too many to feed, those injured in the mines, straggling through the streets, and one day you come upon them sitting motionless against a wall or lying in the meadow. You hear the wails from a house, and the peacekeepers are called in to retrieve the body. Starvation is never the cause of death officially. It's always the flu, or exposure, or pneumonia, but that fools no one. On the afternoon of my encounter with Peter Millark, the rain was falling in relentless icy sheets. I had been in town, trying to trade some threadbare old baby clothes of brims in the public market, but there were no takers. Although I had been to the hub on several occasions with my father, I was too frightened to venture into that rough, gritty place alone. The rain had soaked through my father's hunting jacket, leaving me chilled to the bone. For 3 days, we'd had nothing but boiled water and some old, dried mint leaves I'd found in the back of a cupboard. By the time the market closed, I was shaking so hard, I dropped my bundle of baby clothes in a mud puddle. I didn't pick it up for fear I would keel over and be unable to regain my feet. Besides, no one wanted those clothes. Pause. It is irresponsible. Once again, Chapter 1, Gail saying, I would want to have kids. It is irresponsible to have children at a time like this. It is irresponsible. You want this for your kids. It is irresponsible. Gail, I'm tired of you. I couldn't go home, because at home was my mother with her dead eyes, and my sister with her hollow cheeks and cracked lips. I couldn't walk into that room with a smoky fire from the damp branches I had scavenged at the end of the woods after the coal had run out, my hands empty of any hope. I found myself stumbling along a muddy lane behind the shops that served the wealthiest town people. The merchants live above their businesses, so I was essentially in their backyards. I remember the outlines of garden beds not yet planted for spring, a goat or two in a pen, one sodden dog tied to a post, hunched, defeated in the muck. All forms of stealing are forbidden in District 12, punishable by death. But it crossed my mind that there might be something in the trash bins, and those are fair game. Perhaps a bone at the butcher's or rotted vegetables at the grocer's, something no one but my family was desperate enough to eat. Unfortunately, the bins had just been emptied. When I passed the baker's, the smell of fresh bread was so overwhelming. I felt dizzy. The ovens were in the back, and a golden glow spilled out the front open kitchen door. I stood mesmerized by the heat and the luscious scent until the rain interfered, running its icy fingers down my back, forcing me back to life. I lifted the lid to the baker's trash bin and found it spotlessly, heartlessly bare. Suddenly, a voice was screaming at me, and I looked up to see the baker's wife telling me to move on. And did I want her to call the peacekeepers, and how sick she was of having those brats from the scene pawing through her trash. The words were ugly, and I had no defense, as I carefully replaced the lid and backed away. I noticed him, a boy with blonde hair, peering out behind his mother's back. I'd seen him at school. He was in my year, but I didn't know his name. He stuck with the town kids, so how would I? His mother went back into the bakery grumbling, but he had been watching me as I made my way behind the pen and held their pig and leaned against the far side of an old apple tree. The realization that I'd have nothing to take home had finally sunk in. My knees buckled, and I slid down the tree trunk to its roots. It was too much. I was too sick and weak and tired. Oh, so tired. Let them call the peacekeepers and take us to the community home, I thought. Or better yet, let me die right here in the rain. There was a clatter in the bakery, and I heard the old woman screaming again. The sound of a blow. And I vaguely wondered what was going on. Fleet sloshed toward me through the mud, and I thought, it's her. She's coming to drive me away with a stick. But it wasn't her. It was the boy. In his arms he carried 2 large loaves of bread that must have fallen into the fire because the crusts were scorched black. His mother was yelling, "Feed it to the pig, you stupid creature! Why not? No one decent will buy burned bread." He began to tear off chunks from the burned parts and toss them into the trough. And the front bakery bell rung, and the mother disappeared to help a customer. The boy never even glanced my way, but I was watching him because of the bread, because of that red wheal that stood out on his cheekbone. What did she hit him with? My parents never hit us. I couldn't even imagine it. The boy took one last look back to the bakery as if checking that the coast was clear, then his attention back on the pig. He threw a loaf of bread in my direction. The second quickly followed, and he sloshed back into the bakery, closing the kitchen door tightly behind him. I stared at the loaves in disbelief. They were fine. Perfect, really, except for the burnt areas. Did he mean for me to have them? He must have. Because there they were, right at my feet. Before anyone could witness what had happened, I shoved those loaves under my shirt, wrapped the hunting jacket tightly around me, and walked swiftly away. The heat of the bread burned into my skin, but I clutched it tighter, clinging to life. By the time I reached home, the loaves had cooled somewhat, but the insides were warm. When I dropped them on the table, Brim's hands reached to tear off a chunk, but I made her sit, forced my mother to join us at the table, and poured warm tea. I scraped off the black stuff and sliced the bread. We ate an entire loaf, slice by slice. It was good, hearty bread filled with raisins and nuts. I put my clothes to dry at the fire, crawled into bed, and fell into a dreamless sleep. It didn't occur to me until the next morning that the boy might have burned the bread on purpose, might have dropped those loaves into the flames, knowing it meant being punished, then delivered them to me. But I dismissed this. It must have been an accident. Why would he have done it? He didn't even know me. Still, just throwing me the bread was an enormous kindness that would have surely resulted in a beating if discovered. I couldn't explain his actions. slices of that bread for breakfast and headed to school. It was as if spring had come overnight. Warm, sweet air, fluffy clouds. At school, I passed the boy in the hall. His cheek had swelled up, and his eye had blackened. He was with his friends and didn't acknowledge me in any way. But as I collected Brim and started for home that afternoon, I found him staring at me from across the schoolyard. Our eyes met for only a second, then he turned his head away. I dropped my gaze, embarrassed, and that's when I saw it. The first dandelion of the year. A bell went off in my head. I thought of the hours spent in the woods with my father, and I knew how we were going to survive. To this day, I can never shake the connection between this boy, Peter Millard, and the bread that gave me hope, and the dandelion that reminded me that I was not doomed. And more than once, I have turned in the school hallway and caught his eyes trained on me, only to quickly flit away. I feel like I owe him something, and I hate owing people. Maybe if I had thanked him at one point, I'd be feeling less conflicted now. I thought about it a couple of times, but the opportunity never seemed to present itself, and now it never will, because we were going to be thrown into an arena to fight to the death. How exactly am I supposed to work a thank you in there? Somehow it just won't seem sincere if I'm trying to slit his throat. The mayor finishes the treaty of treason and motions for Peta and me to shake hands. His are solid and as warm as those loaves of bread. Peta looks at me right in the eye and gives my hand what I think is meant to be a reassuring squeeze. Maybe it's just a nervous spasm. We turn back to face the crowd as the anthem of Pan Am plays. Oh well, I think. There will be 24 of us. Odds are someone else will kill him before I do. And of course, the odds have not been very dependable as of late. Chapter 3. I'm gonna pause for a second. That was... After every chapter I need a minute. Wow. Okay. Wow. I need a second. Get myself together. Okay. Oof, because my arms are in a very uncomfortable position to hold that book open. Wow. Okay. I love chapter 2 because I don't remember that part of the backstory. I love that part of the backstory. I love it so much because it's very essential. That backstory is really essential to, and it gets explained. I think the movie does, but it does a really bad job of explaining it, in my opinion. A lot of people get confused by it and they don't go into a lot of detail of it because in the first movie they don't have internal dialogue. You don't ever hear Katniss's thoughts, which I think is a huge disservice because that's a huge part of the books, is like Katniss's internal dialogue, right? Because Katniss is not a chatty person, but in her head, Katniss is constantly thinking, right? And I think that backstory, and it's not even like I think, it is really important. The bread is so important to Peta and Katniss's relationship, and I think you understand it more in like Mockingjay. I think you understand it more towards the end of the series than you ever do throughout the books. But like Katniss cannot comprehend, and you see this throughout the rest of this book, Katniss cannot comprehend the idea of anyone ever doing a nice thing for her because her entire life has been a fucking mess. Obviously, as we can tell from her backstory. And Peta Millard is the only person person in her life, and one of the first people in her life that has ever just done something nice for her without wanting anything in return. And I think that that's incredibly crucial to their relationship, because that's their entire dynamic. Their entire dynamic is Katniss being like, what the fuck is wrong with him? And Peeta is just being a nice guy. Because Peeta, the man you are, oh my god, Peeta Malark is my top 10 of my favorite book characters ever. Ever. I love characters. Putting on some hand sanitizer, but I love characters that see the good in everything despite everything going on. Like, that is a actually really admirable trait for me personally. Characters that, despite how fucking dog shit everything looks, they can always see the positive, because that's a trait that I don't think that I have. It's a trait that I'm learning to develop, but it's not something that comes naturally to me. So I find people that have that trait to be extremely, extremely lovely. That's why you can never make me hate Deku from My Hero Academia. Like, I love sunshine characters, I really do. I think of myself as like a black cat, so I very much enjoy sunshine characters and sunshine people. Like, I believe in opposites attracting too, and that's very much their dynamic. It's like opposites attract. I love it. I truly love it. That's Katniss and Peeta Malark is the dynamic that I need in my partnership. Thank you. Hi Inu, I do in fact notice you. How can I not? You're too cute for me not to. Happy Friday. Hi yo. Are you just coming in? Or have you been lurking for a hot minute? We just finished chapter 2 of the Hunger Games. I'm gonna get into chapter 3. I just needed a stretch because my arms hurt. Needed a bit of a stretch. Also, is the rain too quiet, or does it need to be a little bit louder? It sounds fine for me, but maybe it's too quiet. Just getting in. Oh, so you just missed Peeta Malark backstory, Inu. It's so good. Peeta Malark backstory was by the way, I also just have to say, I mean, okay, I'll say it later at some point, but like, I know I already gushed about their relationship, but I absolutely love their relationship. I mean that in my heart, in my body, in my spirit. I know you missed Peeta introduction. You also missed the reaping. Yeah, Primrose Everdeen. Yeah, we hate to see it. Primrose Everdeen. Yup. But it's okay, because now we're getting into chapter 3, Tragedy, the Capital. We're getting into chapter 3. It's gonna be great. Okay. Let's pick this book up again. You did miss I Volunteer. You missed it. It was early. It was chapter 2. Early chapter 2. Suzanne Collins doesn't miss any space in this book. We're on chapter 3 now. Page 34. The moment the anthem ends. Also, is the... Wait. Before I start, how's the rain right now? Is it too loud? Is it good? What's the volume? What's the volume looking like? Is it looking like it's good? Is it looking like it's bad? What's the volume looking like on that rain? Okay, it's good. It's good. Perfect. How many chapters does this book have? Probably like 20 something, I figure. Good. Okay, probably like 20 something. Yeah, like 24 or something. 23, 24. Yeah, like 24 chapters. 20, 28. Okay. Oh, you guys are in into custody. I don't mean we're handcuffed or anything, but a group of peacekeepers marches us through the front door of the Justice Building. Maybe tributes have tried to escape in the past. I've never seen that happen though. Side note, I also love this ASMR setup. Thank you. I literally spent like an hour trying to figure it out. So I actually appreciate you like saying something, because I spent like a good hour trying to make it look pretty for tonight, so my efforts are not in vain. Once I'm inside, I'm conducted to a room and left alone. It's the richest place I've ever been in, with thick, deep carpets and a velvet couch and chairs. I know velvet because my mother has a dress with a collar made of the stuff. When I sit on the couch, I can't help running my fingers over the fabric repeatedly. It helps to calm me as I prepare for the next hour. The time allotted for tributes to say goodbye to their loved ones. I cannot afford to get upset or to leave this room with puppy eyes and a red nose. Crying is not an option. There will be more cameras at the train station. My sister and my mother come first. I reach out to Brim and she climbs on my lap, her arms around my neck, head on my shoulder, just as she did when she was a toddler. My mother sits beside me and wraps her arms around us. For a few minutes, we say nothing. Then I start telling them all the things they must remember to do now that I will not be there to do for them. Brim is not to take any Desiree. They can get by if they're careful. On selling goats, Brim's goat milk and cheese, and the small apothecary business my mother now runs for the people in the seam. Gail will get her herbs she doesn't grow herself, but she must be very careful to describe them because he's not familiar with them as I am. He will also bring them game. He and I made a pact about this about a year ago, and will probably not ask for compensation, but they should thank him with some kind of trade, like milk or medicine. I don't bother suggesting Brim learn to hunt. I tried to teach her a couple of times and it was disastrous. The woods terrified her, and whenever I shot something, she'd get teary and talk about how we might be able to heal it if we got it home soon enough. But she makes out well with her goat, so I concentrate on that. When I'm done with the instructions about fuel and trading and staying in school, I turn to my mother and I grip her arm hard. Listen to me. Are you listening to me? She nods, alarmed by my intensity. She must know what's coming. You can't leave again, I say. My mother's eyes find the floor. I know. I won't. I couldn't help what? I couldn't help that we are now taking our 3-minute regularly scheduled top of the hour ad break. So if you are not subscribed to your favorite puppkats, hi, hello, that's me. You will be here with 3 minutes of advertisements in this next 3 minutes. If you are not subscribed, please take this time to take care of yourself in whatever way you can and whatever way you need to. That could be taking a deep breath, going to the bathroom, going to get a drink of water. I cannot help that the ads are going to play, but I can in fact I gotta segue, but I can in fact allow you to take care of yourself during this time. Unless you are in fact subscribed or have been gifted a sub by somebody that's so kind in this community. Otherwise, goodbye. Well, and speaking of taking care of myself, I will also take care of myself by drinking some water right now out of my big cup. It's not really a cup, it's a water bottle. Lifting up the top. Okay. keeping me hydrated because we actually really do need one. I need all the hydration with how much I've been reading. Wow. It is a really good one. Cam bought it for me actually. Cam Streams bought it for me. It's actually like one of my favorite things ever. I'm not very good at accepting gifts because, like Katniss Everdeen, I don't believe that at least in the past, and I am trying to change it, I do not believe that I am worth having nice things. And this is one of the nicest water bottles I've ever owned, so I'm very thankful that he bought it for me because I love it and I take very good care of it. And I use it all the time. Also, my pull on it. I'm gonna do a quick one. I actually have nothing in my fingers. Wow, first time. My wrists are probably making a lot of noise, but and a good back crack. What I really need is for someone to fucking break my back into the mattress, not for me to crack my own back. That's what I actually need. What the fuck is this bit of fluff that is on my book right now? Okay, let's get back to reading. Enough about mattresses. Time for despair. Alright. Well, you have to help it this time. Why'd I get bonked? I didn't even do anything. I didn't do anything. Okay, shh. Well, you have to help it this time. You can't clock out and leave Brim on her own. There's no me now to keep you both alive. It doesn't matter what happens. Whatever you see on the screen, you have to promise me you'll fight through it. My voice has risen to a shout. In it is all the anger, all the fear I felt at her abandonment. She pulls her arm from my grasp, moved to anger herself. I was ill. I could have treated myself if I had the medicine I have now. That part about her being ill might be true. I've seen her bring back people suffering from immobilizing sadness since. Perhaps it is a sickness, but it's one we can't afford. Then take it and take care of her, I say. I'll be alright, Katniss, Brim says, clasping my face in her hands. But you have to take care too. You're so fast and brave. Maybe you can win. I can't win. Brim must know that in her heart. The competition will be far beyond my abilities. Kids from wealthier districts, where winning is a huge honor, who have been trained their whole lives for this. Boys who are 2 to 3 times my size. Girls who know 20 different ways to kill you with a knife. Oh yeah, there'll be people like me too. People to weed out before the real fun begins. Maybe, I say, because I can hardly tell my mother to carry on if I've already given up myself. Besides, it isn't in my nature to go down without a fight, even when things seem insurmountable. Then we'd be as rich as Amish. I don't care if we're rich. I just want you to come home. You'll try, won't you? Really, really try. Asked Brim. Really, really try. I swear it, I say. And I know, because of Brim, I'll have to. Then the Peacekeeper is at the door, signaling our time is up, and we're all hugging each other. So hard it hurts. And all I'm saying is, I love you. I love you both. And they're saying it back. And the Peacekeeper orders them out, and the door closes. I bury my head in one of the velvet pillows, as if this can block the whole thing out. Someone else enters the room, and when I look up, I'm surprised to see it's the baker, Peter Malark's father. I can't believe he's come to visit me. After all, I'll be trying to kill his son soon. But we do know each other a bit, and he knows Brim even better. When she sells her goat cheeses at the hub, she puts 2 of them aside for him, and he gives her a generous amount of bread in return. We always wait to trade with him when his witchable wife isn't around because he's so much nicer. I feel certain he would never have hit his son the way she did over burned bread. But why has he come to see me? Peter Malark's mother. I know you're burning in hell. I know it, and I know it because I actually wrote it. I wrote it in the scripture for you to be burning in hell, and you have not seen the end of your days. Trust and believe. Trust and believe. There's more coming for you. Thank you. Thank you. The baker sits awkwardly on the edge of one of the plush chairs. He's a big, broad-shouldered man with burn scars from years at the ovens. He must have just said goodbye to his son. He pulls a white paper package from his jacket pocket and holds it out to me. I open it and find cookies. These are a luxury we can never afford. Thank you, I say. The baker's not a very talkative man in the best of times, and today he has no words at all. I had some of your bread this morning. My friend Gail gave you a squirrel for it. He nods, as if remembering the squirrel. Not your best trade, I say. He shrugs, as if it couldn't possibly matter. Then, I can't think of anything else, so we sit in silence until a peacekeeper summons him. He rises and coughs to clear his throat. I'll keep an eye on the little girl. Make sure she's eating. I feel some of the pressure in my chest lighten at his words. People deal with me, but they are genuinely fond of Brim. Maybe there will be enough fondness to keep her alive. My next guest is also unexpected. Madge walks straight to me. She's not weepy or evasive. Instead, there's an urgency about her tone that surprises me. They let you wear one thing from your district in the arena. One thing to remind you of home. Will you wear this? She holds out a circular golden pin that was on her dress earlier. I hadn't paid much attention to it before, but now I see it's a small bird in flight. Your pin, I say. Wearing a token from my district is about the last thing on my mind. Here, I'll put it on your dress, alright? Madge doesn't wait for an answer. She just leans in and fixes the bird to my dress. Promise you'll wear it to the arena, Katniss, she asks. Promise. Yes, I say. Cookies, a pin. I'm getting all kinds of gifts today. Madge gives me one more. A kiss on the cheek. Then she's gone. And I'm left thinking that maybe Madge really has been my friend all along. Finally, Gale is here. Womp womp. And maybe there is nothing romantic between us. But when he opens his arms, I don't hesitate to go in them. His body is familiar to me. The way it moves, the smell of wood, smoke, and even the sound of his heart beating. I know from quiet moments on a hunt, but this is the first time I really feel it, lean and hard-muscled against my own. Listen, he says, getting a knife should be pretty easy. But you've got to get your hands on a bow. That's your best chance. They don't always have bows. I say, thinking of the year where there were only horrible spiked maces that the tributes had to bludgeon one another to death with, then make one. Gale says, even a weak bow is better than no bow at all. I've tried copying my father's bows with poor results. It's not that easy. Even he had to scrap his own work sometimes. I don't even know if there'll be wood, I say. Another year. They tossed everybody into a landscape of nothing but boulders and sand and scruffy bushes. I particularly hated that year. Many contestants were bitten by venomous snakes or went insane from thirst. There's almost always some wood, Gale says. Since that year, half of them died of cold. Not much entertainment in that. It's true. We spent one Hunger Games watching the players freeze to death at night. You could hardly see them because they were just huddled in balls and had no wood or fires or torches or anything like that. It was considered very anticlimactic, all those quiet, bloodless deaths. Since then, there's usually been woods to make fire. Yes, usually there's some. Katniss is just hunting. You're the best hunter I know. It's not just hunting. They're armed. They think. So do you. And you've had more practice. Real practice. You know how to kill. Not people. How different can it really be? Gale says grimly. The awful thing is that if I can forget they're people, it will be no different at all. That line, how different can it be really, is one of the most important lines for Gale in this entire series. That is foreshadowing. Have you guys ever heard of this thing called foreshadowing? Pup is totally not biased against the choices for Katniss' potential love interest. Okay. We're gonna get to that because the thing is, Gale is not a love interest. Katniss says it in chapter 2. Gale is not a love interest. Katniss sees him as a brother. It's always been that way. The movies. You are forgetting how the movies. You are forgetting how the movies have changed the landscape of how people see the Hunger Games. Like I said, with how now, when they create official illustrations for the Hunger Games, they have Katniss as a white woman when she is described in the books as having olive skin and gray eyes. Right? The same thing happens for the Hunger Games in terms of romance, because Katniss is 16 years old and she is in a death battle. She's not thinking about that shit. There is no such thing as fucking romance. Gale is not a romantic interest. She literally sees him as a brother. Remember that throughout the entire book. That's part of the Hunger Games. It's creating this narrative the Hunger Games wants to create, and I'm saying this, the Hunger Games, not the book. The Hunger Games, the actual games, creates this narrative that there is like a romance here. There is no fucking romance. Gale is basically her brother. Gale is basically her brother, and she says it too. I think more in Mockingjay. I haven't read it in a while, but I think more in Mockingjay. But she says that like she says it in chapter 2. I mean, I read it, but like in chapter 2 of this book. But she's like, Gale has never been a romantic. I have never thought of Gale romantically. I've actually never thought of anybody romantically, because Katniss has never had a moment to be 16 years old. She's never had a moment to be like a person. It's actually so frustrating to me. I know you're just talking, like, I know you're just memeing, but this is actually something that really pisses me off, because everyone acts like there's a love triangle in this book, but like, that's only been created by the movies, because Suzanne Collins was forced to actually write the book in a way where Gale was not her immediate family, because in the original transcript, Gale was her cousin. In the original transcript, Gale was her cousin, and it makes sense when you actually look at the book in totality. When you look at the series in totality, it makes sense. But they thought during the time that this book came out that the book wouldn't sell if it didn't have like a love angle, so she wrote it in a way where it still tells the story, but like Gale was never an option. And I think people forget that because like they want so badly for it to be like the movies. Yeah, they want so badly for it to be like the movies where it's like Liam Hemsworth, but like Katniss again is 16 years old. Be so fucking for real. Like, she has not had a moment to breathe since she was 11 years old. Her father died, and she became the adult of her family. She became like the breadwinner in her house since 11. She's not, and she goes into a death game. She's not thinking about fucking romance, except for this boy named Peter Malark that she can't get out of her head. Oh, this boy named Peter Malark. That, and I quote. Let's go back and look at it. Yes. Yes. Let's go back and look at it. That she says, to this day, I can never shake the connection between this boy, Peter Malark, and the bread that gave me hope, and the dandelion that reminded me that I was not doomed. She never talks about Gale like that. Why does she talk about Peter like that? She's like, yeah, I looked at him in the hallways, but he never looked at me and I never looked at him. That is the only guy that counts, because she's the one that says it counts. I honestly would not even be pushing this because when I first read the book, I honestly didn't give a fuck about Peter like that. I really didn't. But after I had finished the entire book series, when I first read The Hunger Games, I really didn't care about Peter. It was in Catching Fire and Mockingjay when I fell in love with Peter. I really just fell in love with Peter. Like, it was never, Gale was never an option, truly and honestly. Like, if you look at the books in totality, Gale, even when she was like not even 11, she was thinking about Peter. It was never an option for Gale. Good night. Anyway, that was a detour. Because again, like, Gale is like literally her family. Like, she talks about it earlier where she's like, yeah, even when me and Gale were like getting to know each other, we weren't even friends. Like, they weren't even friends to start out. Like, they were enemies. They were squabbling over who gets to sell what. Like, they were not friends with each other. That is a family. That is family. Like, okay, let me get off this. I could talk about this for like 300 hours. Actually, like, my hyperfixation. But like, let's get back to the book. Let's get back to the book. The peacekeepers are back too soon, and Gale asks for more time, but they're taking him away, and I start to panic. Don't let them starve, I cry out, clinging to his hand. I won't. You know I won't. Katniss, remember he says, and they yank us apart and slam the door. And I'll never know what he wanted me to remember. Peter. I do love Peter. I do. I could literally talk about this entire book series for like 300 hours. That's why I wanted to read it on stream, because like, it's actually just such an amazing book series. Like, it's crazy. Like, she sets up shit that's why I'm saying, like, how different can it be, really, says Gale grimly. That's actually so fucking important to everything about who Gale is as a person, and why too that Katniss and Gale were never going to work out, and why they were always family. And I mean, she says it herself in Mockingjay, and I won't spoil it because it's actually one of my favorite monologues. I love her monologue in the last section of Mockingjay. That one, I cried when I read it. I was like, if I don't have somebody that loves me like this, I'm going to kill myself. Suzanne Collins, the mind you have. Anyway, sing the I Might Kill My Peter another day, not today. This is a really depressing part of the book. I gotta get through it. Okay. It's a short ride from the Justice Building to the train station. I've never been in a car before. Rarely ever seam, we travel on foot. I've been right not to cry. The station is swarming with reporters with their insect-like cameras trained directly on my face. But I've had a lot of practice at wiping my face clean of emotions, and I do this now. I catch a glimpse of myself on television screens, on the wall that's airing my arrival live, and I feel gratified that I appear almost bored. Peter Malark, on the other hand, has obviously been crying, and interestingly enough, does not seem to be trying to cover it up. I immediately wonder if this will be his strategy in the games, to appear weak and frightened, to reassure the other tributes that he is no competition at all, and then come out fighting. This worked very well for a girl, Joanna Mason. That's a surprise tool we're going to use in our back pocket for later. From District 7 a few years back. She seemed like such a sniveling, cowardly fool that no one bothered about her until there were only a handful of contestants left. It turned out she could kill viciously. Pretty clever the way she played it. But this seems like an odd strategy for Peter Malark because he's a baker's son. All those years of having enough to eat, hauling bread trays around must have made him broad-shouldered and strong. It will take an awful lot of weeping to convince anyone to overlook him. I have to pause again to say that, like, when I was reading this, the first time I read this book, I was like, I think that Katniss Everdeen is literally insane. Because, and I know, Katniss, the thing about Katniss is that she is so traumatized from the fact that, like, she cannot comprehend people having genuine human emotions because she has never been allowed to like release her emotions ever. So she truly believes that everybody has a fucking scheme. And again, that's the funniest thing about Peeta, and it's the best thing actually about her and Peeta's dynamic, because like for this entire fucking book, Katniss is convinced that Peeta is doing a scheme. She is convinced. She's convinced of it. She's like, he's fucking crying because it's a scheme. He can't just be fucking sad. Like, bitch. He got raped too. Like, he also got raped, Katniss. But like, her mind doesn't work like that. Her mind is always on a plan. That's the best thing about Katniss. Her mind is always on a plan. But it's like, girl, he also got raped. He can't have 5 minutes to cry. Like, he can't cry. He can cry. Like, damn. Like, not everybody is like, oh, let me think about the camera. It's like some people are like, damn, this fucking sucks. Like, let me cry. It's okay. But I'll put my thoughts away. I'll stop talking. We have to cry. We have to cry. We have to stand for a few minutes in the doorway of the train while the cameras gobble up our images and we're allowed inside. The doors close mercifully behind us. The train begins to move at once. The speed initially takes my breath away. Of course, I've never been on a train, as travel between districts is forbidden except for officially sanctioned duties. For us, that's mainly transporting coal. But this is no ordinary coal train. It's one of the high-speed capital models that average 250 miles per hour. Our journey to the capital will take less than a day. In school, they tell us the capital was built in a place once called the Rockies. District 12 was in a region known as the Appalachia. That's not how you say that at all. Appalachia. I'm gonna go with that. Even hundreds of years ago, they mined coal here, which is why our miners have to dig so deep. Somehow, it all comes back to coal at school. Besides basic reading and math, most of our instruction is coal related, except for the weekly lecture on the history of Panem. Peeta, I miss my family. Katniss, stop fucking crying. Well, it's actually more like Katniss Katniss, I wonder what PETA is strategizing. And it's like, girl, I think he's just sad. Like, PETA will be eating bread, and Katniss will be like, yes, this is a strategy. It's like, maybe he's just fucking hungry. Like, she cannot comprehend it, and it's okay. I love that about her. It makes her such a compelling character. Especially when you get to see her transformation over the course of the books. It's really great. Okay. It's mostly a lot of blather on about what we owe the Capitol. I know there must be more than what they're telling us. An actual account of what happened during the rebellion. But I don't spend much time thinking about it. Whatever the truth is, I don't see how it will help me get food on the table. The tribute train is fancier than even the room in the Justice Building. We are given our own chambers that have a bathroom. We have a bedroom, a private dressing area, and a private bathroom with hot and cold running water. We don't even have hot water at home unless we boil it. There are 5 drawers filled with fine clothes, and Effie Trinket tells me to do anything I want. Wear anything I want. Everything is at my disposal. Just be ready for supper in an hour. I peel off my mother's blue dress and take a hot shower. I've never had a shower before. It's like being in a summer rain, only warmer. I dress in a dark green shirt and pants. At the last minute, I remember matches, little gold pin. For the first time, I get a good look at it. It's as if someone fashioned a small golden bird and then attached a ring around it. The bird is connected to the ring only by its wings, tips. I suddenly recognize it. A mockingjay. They're funny birds, and something of a slap in the face to the Capitol. During the rebellion, the Capitol bred a series of genetically altered animals as weapons. The common term for them was mutations, sometimes mutts for short. One was a special bird called a jabberjay that had the ability to memorize and repeat whole human conversations. They were homing birds, exclusively male, that were released into regions where the Capitol's enemies were known to be hiding. After the birds gathered words, they'd fly back to the centers to be recorded. It took a while for people to realize what was going on in the districts, how private conversations were being transmitted. Then, of course, the rebels felt the Capitol lies, and the joke was in on it, so the centers were shut down, and the birds were abandoned to die off in the wild. Only they didn't die off. Instead, the jabberjays mated with female mockingbirds and created a whole new species that could replicate both bird whistles and human melodies. They had lost the ability to enunciate words, but could still mimic a range of human vocal sounds, from a child's high-pitched warble to a man's deep tones. And they could recreate songs, not just a few notes, but whole songs with multiple verses, if you had the patience to sing them, and if they liked your voice. My father was particularly fond of mockingjays. When we went hunting, he would whistle or sing complicated songs to them, and after a polite pause, they'd always sing back. Not everyone is treated with such respect. But whenever my father sang, all the birds in the area would fall silent and listen. His voice was that beautiful, high and clear and so filled with life, it made you want to laugh and cry at the same time. I could never bring myself to continue the practice after he was gone. Still, there was something comforting about the little bird. It's like having a piece of my father with me, protecting me. I fasten the pin onto my shirt, and the dark green fabric as a background. I could almost imagine the mockingjay flying through the trees. Effie Trinket comes to collect me for supper. I follow her through the narrow, rocking corridor into a dining room with polished panel walls. There's a table where all the dishes are highly breakable. Peter Malark sits waiting for us, the chair next to him empty. "Where's Hamish?" asks Effie Trinket brightly. "Last time I saw him, he was going to take a nap," says Peter. "Well, it's been an exhausting day," says Effie Trinket. I think she's relieved by Hamish's absence, and who can blame her? The supper comes in courses: a thick carrot soup, green salad, lamb chops and mashed potatoes, cheese and fruit, and chocolate cake. Throughout the meal, Effie Trinket keeps reminding us to save space because there's more to come. But I'm stuffing myself because I've never had food like this. So good and so much, and because probably the best thing I can do between now and the games is put on a few pounds. "At least you two have decent manners," says Effie, as we're finishing the main course. "The pair last year ate everything with their hands like a couple of savages. It completely upset my digestion." The pair last year were two kids from the seam who had never, not one day of their lives, had enough to eat. And when they did have food, table manners were surely the last thing on their minds. Peter's a baker's son, and my mother taught Prim and I to eat properly, so yes, I can handle a fork and a knife. But I hate Effie Trinket's comments so much, I make a point of eating the rest of my meal with my fingers. And then I wipe my hands on the tablecloth. This makes her purse her lips tightly together. Now that the meal's over, I'm fighting to keep the food down. I can see Peter's looking a little green too. Neither of our stomachs are used to such rich fare. But if I can hold down greasy say, concoction of mice meat, pig entrails, and tree bark, a winter specialty, I'm determined to hang on to this. We go to another compartment to watch the recap of the reapings across Pan Am. They try to stagger them throughout the day so a person could conceivably watch the whole thing live. But only people in the capital could really do that, since none of them have to attend the reapings themselves. One by one, we see the other reapings, the names called, the volunteers stepping forward, or more often than not, we examine the faces of the kids who will be our competition. A few stand out in my mind. A monstrous boy who lunges forward to volunteer from District 2. A fox-faced girl with sleek red hair from District 5. A boy with a crippled foot from District 10. And most hauntingly, a 12-year-old girl from District 11. She has dark brown skin and eyes, but other than that, she's very like Prim in size and demeanor. Only when she mounts the stage and they ask for volunteers, all you can hear is the wind whistling through the decrepit buildings around her. There was no one willing to take her place. "Hi, Beachery, hello." Last of all, they show District 12. Prim being called, me running forward to volunteer. You can't miss the desperation in my voice as I shove Prim behind me. Actually, in the book in the movie she was black, so that's nice. They couldn't get past that. They said brown skin, and they were like, damn. She actually is black in the movies. Yeah, Rue is black. Light skin black, but we're not gonna get into that. We don't have time for colorism. We don't have time for that conversation, so we're gonna put that in our back pockets and just think about it. We do not have the time for colorism. Okay. course, they do here. I see Gail pulling her off me, and I watch myself mount the stage. The commentators are not sure what to say about the crowd's refusal to applaud. The silent statue. One says that District 12 has always been a bit backward, but that local customs can be charming. As if on cue, Hamish falls off the stage and they groan comically. Peeta's name is drawn, and he quietly takes his place. We shake hands. They cut to the anthem again, and the program ends. Effie Trinket is disgruntled about the state her wig was in. Your mentor has a lot to learn about presentation, a lot about televised behavior. Peeta laughs unexpectedly. He was drunk, says Peeta. He's drunk every year. Every day I can't help smirking a little. Every drink it makes it sound like Hamish, who is just somewhat rough manners, has just somewhat rough manners that could be corrected with a few tips from her. Yes, how odd you two find it amusing. You know your mentor is your lifeline to the world in these games, the one who advises you, lines up your sponsors, and dictates the presentation of any gifts. Hamish can well be the difference between your life and your death. Just then, Hamish staggers into the compartment. I miss supper, he says in a slurred voice. Then he vomits all over the expensive carpet and falls in the mess. So laugh away, says Effie Trinket, and she hops in her pointy shoes around the pool of vomit and flees the room. Chapter 4. For a few moments, Peeta and I take in the scene of our mentor trying to rise out of the slippery, vile stuff from his stomach. The reek of vomit and raw spirits almost brings my dinner up. We exchange a glance. Obviously, Hamish isn't much, but Effie Trinket is right about one thing. Once we're in the arena, he's all we've got. As if by some unspoken agreement, Peeta and I each take one of Hamish's arms and help him to his feet. I tripped. Hamish asks, smells bad. He wipes his hand on his nose, smearing his face with vomit. Let's get you back to your room, says Peeta. Clean you up a bit. We half lead, half carry Hamish back to his compartment, since we can't exactly set him down on the embroidered bedspread. We haul him into the bathtub and turn the shower on him. He hardly notices. It's okay, Peeta says to me. I'll take it from here. I can't help feeling a little grateful, since the last thing I want to do is strip down Hamish, wash the vomit out of his chest hair, and tuck him into bed. Possibly Peeta is trying to make a good impression on him, to be his favorite once the games begin. But judging by the state he's in, Hamish will have no memory of this tomorrow. Alright, I say. I can send one of the capital people to help you. There's any number on the train, cooking for us, waiting on us, guarding us, taking care of us, their job. No, I don't want them, says Peeta. I nod and head to my own room. I understand how Peeta feels. I can't stand the sight of the capital people myself, but making them deal with Hamish might be a small form of revenge. So I'm wondering the reason why he insists on taking care of Hamish. And all of a sudden, I think it's because he's being kind, just as he was kind to give me the bread. The idea pulls me up short. A kind bit of malark is far more dangerous to me than an unkind one. Kind people have a way of working their way inside me and rooting there. I can't let Peeta do this, not where we're going. So I decide from this moment on, I have to have as little as possible to do with the baker's son. When I get back to my room, the train is pausing at a platform to refuel. father gave me out the train and slammed the glass shut. No more. No more of either of them. Unfortunately, the packet of cookies hits the ground and bursts open in a patch of dandelions by the track. Suzanne Collins, the woman you are. Dandelions, keep it in your head. Dandelions, Peter Malark, hope, bread. It's all there. It's all connected. I'm like Charlie, and It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia on the fucking wall. I'm like, yes, the bread, the dandelions, but it actually is all connected. My cookies, not your cookies. They were probably good as fuck, too. I only see the image for a moment because the train is off again, but it's enough. Enough to remind me of that other dandelion in the schoolyard years ago. I just turned my way from Peter Malark's bruised face when I saw the dandelion, and I knew hope wasn't lost. I plucked it carefully and hurried home. I grabbed a bucket and Prim's hand and headed to the meadow, and yes, it was dotted with the golden-headed weeds. After we'd harvested those, we scrounged along the inside of the fence for probably a mile until we'd filled the bucket with dandelion green stems and flowers. That night, we gorged ourselves on dandelion salad and the rest of the bakery bread. What if the curtains are just blue? What if I keep you outside forever? What if I unmod you? What if I burnt down this channel? What if? No. There's no way the curtains are blue. I'm usually not. Like, sometimes, like, books, you don't have to, like, read that deep into them, but The Hunger Games is actually a book where it's like, yeah, the curtains aren't blue because the curtains are blue, the curtains are blue because she said the curtains are blue, and blue is actually a memory of Katniss's father. Like, everything that Katniss thinks about is important. And also, dandelions are food, too. Like, it's not just because dandelions are the first sign of spring, so it was the sign that Katniss could live until spring. So when she saw Peeta and she was given that bread and then saw the dandelions, it was not just the hope, it was also that, like, symbolically, let's get together for our Socratic class, okay? Peeta is hope, Peeta is food. Like, if you look at this in totality, Peeta is what gave her power to survive. The way Suzanne Collins, your mind works. Dandelions are considered a weed. Dandelions are considered a nuisance on prim and proper grass. Prim and proper grass. But to Katniss, that's food. Because Katniss, for the first time with Peeta, saw hope in the dandelion, in something that was not supposed to fed her. Let's think about it. Let's think about that. Something that is considered a scourge on a regular land fed her and her family. Yes. Yup. Tune into this English class. We're in it. Yup. The symbolism. Yup. It's here. Yup. We're in it. Okay, let me get back to this book. I'm actually very much enjoying reading. I haven't read in a really long time. This book is very good. This book is actually, like, I'm into it. I'm like, oh yeah, this book is good. I forgot how, like, good The Hunger Games is. What else? Brim asked me, what other food can we find? All kinds of things, I promised her. We just have to remember them. My mother had a book she brought with her from the apothecary. Oh my god. Apothecary shop. That word is always gonna trip me up. The pages were made from old parchment, and covered in ink drawings of plants. Neat handwriting blocks told their terms where to gather them. When they came in bloom, their medical uses. But my father added other entries to the book. Plants for eating, not healing, dandelions, pokeweed, wild onions, pines. Prim and I spent the rest of the night poring over those pages. The next day, we were off for school. For a while, I hung around the edges of the meadow, but finally worked up the courage to go under the fence. It was the first time I'd been there alone, without my father's weapons to protect me. But I'd received the small arrow and arrows he'd made me from a hollow tree. I probably didn't go more than 20 yards into the wood this day. Most of the time, I perched up in the branches of an old oak, hoping for some game to come by. After several hours, I had the good luck to kill a rabbit. I shot a few more rabbits before with my father's guidance, but this I done on my own. We hadn't eaten meat in months. The sight of the rabbit seemed to stir something in my mother. She roused herself, skinned the carcass, and made a stew with the meat and some more greens Brim had gathered. Then she acted confused, went back to bed. But when the stew was done, we made her eat a bowl. The woods became our savior, and each day I went a bit further into its arms. It was slow going at first, but I was determined to feed us. I stole eggs from nests, caught fish in nests, sometimes managed to shoot a squirrel or a rabbit for stew, and gathered various plants that sprung up beneath my feet. Plants are tricky. Many are edible, but one false mouthful, and you're dead. I checked and double-checked the plants I harvested with my father's pictures. I kept us alive. Any sign of danger, a distant howl, the inexplicable break of a branch, sent me flying back to the fence at first. Then I began to risk climbing up trees to escape the wild dogs that quickly got bored and moved on. Bears and cats lived deeper in, perhaps disliking the sooty reek of our district. On May 8th, I went to the Justice Building and signed up for my tessera and pulled home my first batch of grain and oil in Prim's toy wagon. On the 8th of every month, I was entitled to do the same. I couldn't stop hunting and gathering, of course. The grain was not enough to live on, and there were other things to buy: soap and milk and... Hi, Alpaco. Hi. I hope you're doing well. And Thread. What we didn't absolutely have to eat, I began to trade at the hub. It was frightening to enter that place without my father at my side. But people had respected him, and they accepted me. Game was game after all, no matter who shot it. I also sold at the back doors of the wealthier clients in town, trying to remember what my father had told me and learning a few new tricks as well. The butcher would buy my rabbits, but not squirrels. The baker enjoyed squirrel, but it will only trade for one if his wife wasn't around. The head peacekeeper loved wild turkey. The mayor had a passion for strawberries. In the late summer, I was washing up in a pond when I noticed the plants growing around me, tall with leaves like arrowheads, blossoms with 3 white petals. I knelt down in the water, my fingers clinging into the soft mud, and pulled up handfuls of the roots. Small bluish tubers that don't look like much, but boiled and baked are as good as any potato. Katniss, I said aloud, is the plant I was named after. And I heard my father's voice joking, as long as you can find yourself, you'll never starve. I spent hours stirring up the pond bed with my toes and stick, gathering the tubers that floated to the top. That night we feasted on fish and Katniss poisonous roots until we were all, for the first time in months, full. Slowly, my mother returned to us. She began to clean and cook and preserve some of the food I brought in for the winter. People traded us or paid money for her medical remedies. One day, I heard her singing. Prim was thrilled to have her back, but I kept watching, just waiting for her to disappear on us again. I didn't trust her, and in some gnarled place inside of me, hated her for her weakness, for her neglect, for the months she had put us through. Prim forgave her, but I had taken a step back from my mother, put up a wall to protect myself from needing her, and nothing was ever the same between us again. Now I was going to die without that ever being set right. I thought about how I yelled at her today in the Justice Building. I had told her that I loved her too, so maybe it would all balance out. For a while, I stand staring out the train window, wishing I could open it again, but unsure of what would happen at such high speeds. In the distance, I see the lights of another district. 7. No, 10. I don't know. I think about the people in their houses settling in for bed. I imagine my home, with its shutters drawn tight. What were they doing now? My mother and Prim. Were they able to eat supper? The fish, the stew, and the strawberries? Or did it lie untouched on their plates? Did they watch the recap of today's events on the battered old TV that sits on the table against the wall? Surely there were more tears. Is my mother holding up, being strong for Prim? Or has she already started to slip away, leaving the weight of the world on my sister's fragile shoulders? Prim will undoubtedly sleep with my mother tonight. The thought of that scruffy old buttercup posting himself on the bed to watch over Prim comforts me. If she cries, he will nose his way into her arms and crawl there until she calms down and falls asleep. I'm so glad I didn't drown him. Imagining my home makes me ache with loneliness. This day had been endless. Good Galava and I have been eating blackberries only this morning. It seems like a lifetime ago. Like a long dream that deteriorated into a nightmare. Maybe if I go to sleep, I will wake up back in District 12 where I belong. Probably the drawers hold any number of old nightgowns. But I just strip off my shirt and pants and climb into bed in my underwear. The sheets are made of soft, silky fabric. A thick, fluffy comforter gives immediate warmth. If I'm going to cry, now is the time to do it. By morning, I'll be able to wash the damage done by the tears from my face. But no tears come. I'm too tired or too numb to cry. The only thing I feel is a desire to be somewhere else. So I let the train rock me into oblivion. Gray light is leaking through the curtains when the rapping rouses me. I hear Effie Trinket's voice calling me to rise. Up, up, up. It's going to be a big, big, big day. I try and imagine for a moment what it must be like inside that woman's head. What thoughts fill her waking hours? What dreams come to her at night? I have no idea. I put the green outfit back on since it's not really dirty, just slightly crumpled from spending the night on the floor. My fingers trace around that little gold mockingjay, and I think of the woods, and of my father, and of my mother and Prim waking up, having having to get on with things. I slept in the elaborate braided hair my mother did for the reaping, and it doesn't look too bad, so I just leave it up. It doesn't matter. We can't be far from the capital now. And once we reach the city, my stylist will dictate my look for the opening ceremonies tonight anyway. I just hope I get one who doesn't think nudity is the last word in fashion. As I enter the dining car, Effie Trinket brushes by me with a black cup of coffee. She's muttering obscenities under her breath. Hey, Mitch. His face puffy and red from the previous day's indulgences, is chuckling. Peter holds a roll and looks somewhat embarrassed. Sit down, says Hamish, waving me over. The moment I slide into my chair, I'm served an enormous platter of food. Eggs, ham, piles of fried potatoes. A turn of fruit sits on ice to keep it chilled. The basket of rolls they set before me would keep my family going for a week. There's an elegant glass of orange juice. At least, I think it's orange juice. I've only tasted an orange once, at New Year's when my father bought one as a special treat. A cup of coffee. My mother adores coffee, which we could almost never afford, but it only tastes bitter and thin to me. A rich brown cup of something I've never seen. They call it hot chocolate, says Peta. It's pretty good. I take a sip of the hot, sweet, creamy liquid, and a shudder runs through me. Even though the rest of the meal beckons, I ignore it until I've drained my cup, and then I stuff down every mouthful I can hold, which is a substantial amount, being careful not to overdo it on the richest stuff. One time, my mother told me that I always eat like hell. Never seafood again. And I said, I won't unless I bring it home. That's shut her up. When my stomach feels like it's about to split open, I lean back and I take in my breakfast companions. Peta is still eating, breaking off bits of roll and dipping them in hot chocolate. Hamish, on the other hand, is not aware of the top of the hour ad break, which is happening right now. Top of the hour ad break is 3 minutes of scheduled ads, which means that if you are not subscribed to your favorite puppkats, hi hello, that's me, you will be hit with 3 minutes of advertisements. And if you are in fact subscribed, you get to continue the broadcast as per usual. But for those that are unsubscribed, please take this time to take care of yourself in whatever way resonates for you. Whether that be going to take a break, going to the bathroom, going to get yourself a drink, maybe a nice delicious hot cup of coffee, hot cup of cocoa, whatever you need to get you through this next hour, please go do it. Please go take care of yourself. It's very, very important. But Hamish hasn't paid much attention to his bladder. He's knocking back a glass of red juice that he keeps thinning with a clear liquid from a bottle. Judging by the fumes, it's some kind of spirit. I don't know Hamish, but I've seen him often enough in the hub tossing handfuls of money on the counter of the woman who sells white liquor. He'll be incoherent by the time we reach the capital. Thank you, Inu, for the Renamod check. And am I gonna get a pull on it in there? How many more pages do we have? Okay. I'm actually gonna go take a little break of my own because we only have 2 more pages. A couple more pages until the end of this chapter, and I need to go use the bathroom. So I'm gonna go hit everybody with a nice, soft BRB. It's probably gonna be a little bit loud, so prepare your ears. I'm gonna hit everybody with a nice BRB, and I will be right back, and we'll be back to finding out where Katniss is going. second. I'm also gonna rewind this rain because it's about to end. Let's rewind that rain. Alright. Let's do about another hour, okay? Just a little bit, because Pup is getting a little bit hungry. I'm feeling like I'm doing my own little Hunger Games. So let's do about another hour. Which sounds about good to me. Okay. I realize I detest image. No wonder the District 12 tributes never stand a chance. It isn't just that we've been underfed and lack training. Some of our tributes still have been strong enough to make it a go for it. But we rarely get sponsors, and he's a big part of why. The rich people back tributes, either because they're betting on them or simply for the bragging rights of picking a winner. Expect someone classier than Image to deal with. So you're supposed to give us advice. I say to Image, here's some advice. Stay alive, says Image, and then bursts out laughing. I exchange a look with Peta. Before I remember, I'm having nothing more to do with him. I'm surprised to see the hardness in his eyes. He generally seems so mild. That's very funny, says Peta. Suddenly, he lashes out at the glass in Image's hand. It shatters on the floor, sending a blood-red liquid towards the back of the train. Only not to us. Image considers this for a moment, then punches Peta in the jaw, knocking him from his chair. When he turns back to reach for the spirits, I drive my knife into the table between his hand and the bottle, barely missing his fingers. I brace myself to deflect his hit, but it doesn't come. Instead, he sits back and squints at us. Well, what's this? Says Image. Did I actually get a pair of fighters this year? Welcome back. Thank you, Inu, for the welcome back, and thank you, Memes, for coming back. Peter rises from the floor and scoops up a handful of ice from underneath the fruit tureen. He starts to race to the red mark on his jaw. No, says Image. Let the bruise show. The audience will think you've mixed it up with another tribute before you've even made it to the arena. That's against the rules, says Peta. Only if they catch you. That bruise will say you fought. You weren't caught, even better. Says Image. He turns to me. Can you hit anything with that knife besides a table? The bow and arrow is my weapon, but I've spent a fair amount of time throwing knives as well. Sometimes, if I've wounded an animal with an arrow, it's better to get a knife into it too before I approach. I realize that if I want Image's attention, this is my moment to make an impression. I yank the knife at the table, get a grip on the blade, and then throw it into the wall across the room. I was actually hoping to get a good stick, but it lodges in the seam between the two panels, making me look a lot better than I am. Stand over there, both of you, says Image, nodding into the middle of the room. We obey, and he circles us, prodding us like animals at times, checking our muscles, examining our faces. Well, you're not entirely hopeless. Seem fit. Once the stylists get a hold of you, you'll be attractive enough. Peta and I don't question this. The Hunger Games aren't a beauty contest, but the best-looking tributes always seem to pull more sponsors. Alright then, I'll make a deal with you. You don't interfere with my drinking, and I'll stay sober enough to help you, says Image. but you have to do exactly what I say. It's not much of a deal, but it's still a giant step forward from 10 minutes ago when we had no guide at all. Fine, says Peter. So help us, I say. When we get to the arena, what's the best strategy at the cornucopia for someone? One thing at a time. In a few minutes, we'll be pulling into the station. You'll be put in the hands of your stylists. You're not gonna like what they do to you, but no matter what it is, don't resist, says Hamish. But I begin, no buts. Don't resist, says Hamish. He takes a bottle of spirits from the table and leaves the car. As the door swings shut behind him, the car goes dark. There are still a few lights inside, but outside it's as if night has fallen again. I realize we must be in the tunnel that runs up through the mountains into the capital. The mountains form a natural barrier between the capital and the eastern districts. It is almost impossible to enter from the east except through the tunnels. This geographical advantage was a major factor in the districts losing the war that led to me being of tribute today. Since the rebels had to scale the mountains, they were easy targets for the capital's air forces. Peter Malark and I stand in silence as the train speeds along. The tunnel goes on, and I think about the tons of rock separating me from the sky, and my chest tightens. I hate being encased in stone this way. It reminds me of the mines, and my father, trapped, unable to reach sunlight, buried forever in the darkness. The train finally begins to slow, and suddenly bright light floods the compartment. We can't help it. Both Peter and I run to the window to see what we've only seen on television. The capital, the ruling city of Panem. The cameras haven't lied about its grandeur. If anything, they have not quite captured the magnificence of the glistening buildings in a rainbow of hues that tower into the air, the shiny cars that roll down the wide paved streets, the oddly dressed people with bizarre hair and painted faces who have never missed a meal. All the colors seem artificial, the pinks too deep, the greens too bright, the yellows painful to the eyes, like the flat round discs of hard candy we can never afford to buy at the sweet, tiny shop in District 12. The people begin to point at us eagerly as they recognize the tribute train rolling into the city. I step away from the window, sickened by their excitement, knowing they can't wait to watch us die. But Peter holds his ground, actually waving and smiling at the gawking crowd. He only stops when the train pulls into the station, blocking us from their view. He sees me staring at them and shrugs. Who knows, he says. One of them may be rich. I have misjudged them. I think of his actions since the reading began, the friendly squeeze of my hand, his father showing up with the cookies and promising to feed Prim. Did Peter put him up to that? His tears at the station, volunteering to watch Hamish but then challenging him this morning when apparently the nice guy approach had failed. And now, the waving at the window, already trying to win the crowd. All of the pieces are still fitting together, but I sense he has a plan forming. He hasn't accepted his death. He is already fighting hard to stay alive. Which also means that the kind Peter Malark, the boy who gave me the bread, is fighting hard to kill me. Chapter 5, page 61. Rip. I grit my teeth as Vienna, a woman with aqua hair and gold tattoos above her eyebrows, yanks a strip of fabric from my sentences go up as if they're asking a question. Odd vowels, clipped words, and always a hiss on the letter S. No wonder it's impossible to not mimic them. Vienna makes what is supposed to be a sympathetic face. Good news, though. This is the last one. Ready? I get a grip on the edges of the table I'm seated on and nod. The final swath of my leg hair is uprooted in a painful jerk. I've been in the remix center for more than 3 hours, and I still haven't met my stylist. Apparently, he has no interest in seeing me until Vienna and the other members of my prep team have addressed some obvious problems. This included scrubbing down my body with a pretty gritty foam that has removed not only... Thank you so much for the follow, XDGO_. Thank you. I very much appreciate it. You get a little heart in your honor, and I will be pausing to make sure that the heart is placed on my horn just for you, because I really do appreciate the follow. Thank you. Okay. This has included scrubbing down my body with a gritty foam that has removed not only dirt, but at least 3 layers of skin, turning my nails into uniform shapes, and primarily ridding my body of hair. My legs, arms, torso, underarms, and parts of my eyebrows have been stripped of the stuff, leaving me like a plucked bird ready for roasting. I don't like it. My skin feels sore and tingly and intensely vulnerable, but I've kept on my side of the bargain with Hamish, and no objection has crossed my lips. You're doing very well, says some guy named Flavius. He gives his orange corkscrew locks a shake and applies a fresh coat of purple lipstick to his mouth. If there's one thing we can't stand, it's a whiner. Grease her down. Vienna and Octavia, a plump woman whose entire body has been dyed a pale shade of pea green, rub me down with a lotion that first stings, but then soothes my raw skin. Then they pull me from the table, removing the thin robe I've been allowed to wear on and off. I stand there, completely naked, as these 3 circle me, wielding tweezers to remove any last bits of hair. I know I should be embarrassed, but they're so unlike people that I'm no more self-conscious than if a trio of oddly colored birds were pecking around my feet. The 3 step back and admire their work. Excellent. You almost look like a human being now, says Flavius, and they all laugh. I force my lips up into a smile to show how grateful I am. Thank you, I say sweetly. I don't have much cause to look nice in District 12. This wins them over completely. Oh, of course you don't, you poor darling, says Octavia, clasping her hands together in distress for me. But don't worry, says Vienna. By the time Cinna is through with you, you're going to be absolutely gorgeous. We promise. We know now that we've gotten rid of all that hair and filth, you're not horrible at all, says Flavius encouragingly. Let's call Cinna. They dart out of the room. It's our day at my prep team. They're such total idiots, yet in an odd way, I know they're sincerely trying to help me. I look at the cold white walls and floor and resist the impulse to retrieve my robe. But this Cinna, my stylist, will surely make me remove it at once. Instead, my hands go to my hairdo, the one area of my body my prep team have been told to leave alone. My fingers stroke the silky braids my mother so carefully arranged. My mother. I left her blue dress and shoes on the floor of my train car, never thinking about retrieving them, of trying to hold on to a piece of her, of home. I wish I had. The door opens, and a young man who must be Cinna enters. I'm taken aback about how normal he looks. Most of the stylists they interview on television are so dyed, stenciled, and surgically altered they're grotesque. But Cinna's close-cropped hair appears to be its natural shade of brown. He's in a simple black shirt and pants. The only concession to self-alteration seems to be the metallic gold liner that has been applied with a light hand. It brings out the flecks of gold in his green eyes. And despite my disgust with the capital and their hideous fashions, I can't help thinking how attractive it looks. Hello, Katniss. I'm Cinna, your stylist, he says in a quiet voice, somewhat lacking in the capital's affections. Hello, I venture cautiously. Just give me a moment, alright? He asks. He walks around my naked body, not touching me, but taking in every inch of it with his eyes. I resist the impulse to cross my arms over my chest. Who did your hair? Shh. My mother, I say. It's beautiful. Classic, really. And an almost perfect balance with your profile. She has very clever fingers, he says. I had expected someone flamboyant, someone older, trying desperately to look young, someone who viewed me as a piece of meat to be prepared for a platter. Cinna has met none of these expectations. You're new, aren't you? I don't think I've seen you before, I say. Most of the stylists are familiar contestants in the ever-changing pool of tributes. Some have been around my whole life. Yes, this is my first year in the game, says Cinna. So they gave you District 12, I say. Newcomers generally end up with us. Least desirable district. I asked for District 12, he says without further explanation. Why don't you put on your robe and we'll have a chat? Pulling on my robe, I follow him through a door into a sitting room. 2 red couches face off over a low table. 3 walls are blank. The 4th is entirely glass, providing a window into the city. I can see by the light that it must be around noon, although the sunny sky has turned overcast. Cinna invites me to sit on one of the couches and takes his place across from me. He presses a button on the side of the table. A top splits, and from below rises a second tabletop that holds our lunch. Chicken and chunks of oranges, cooked in a creamy sauce, laid on a bed of pearly white grain, and tiny green peas and onions, rolls shaped like flowers, and for dessert, a pudding the color of honey. I try to imagine assembling this meal for myself back home. Chickens are too expensive, but I can make do with a wild turkey. I'd need to shoot a second turkey to trade for an orange. Goat's milk would have to substitute for cream. We can grow peas in the garden. I'd have to get wild onions from the woods. I don't recognize the grain. Our own Tessera ration cooks down to an unattractive brown mush. Fancy rolls would mean another trade with the baker, perhaps for 2 or 3 squirrels. As for the pudding, I can't even guess what's in it. Days of hunting and gathering for this one meal, and even then, it would be a poor substitution for the capital's version. What must it be like, I wonder, to live in a world where food appears at the press of a button? How would I spend the hours I now commit to combing the woods for sustenance if it were so easy to come by? What do they do all day, these these people in the capital, besides decorating their bodies and waiting around for a new shipment of tributes to roll in and die for their entertainment. I look up and find Cinna's eyes trained on mine. How despicable we must seem to you, he says. Has he seen this in my face, or somehow read my thoughts? He's right, though. The whole rotten lot of them is despicable. Push the burger button. I need a burger button right now, I'm not even gonna lie to you. No matter, says Cinna. So Katniss, about your costume for the opening ceremonies. My partner, Portia, is a stylist for your fellow tribute Peta, and our current thought is to dress you in complimentary costumes, says Cinna. As you know, it's customary to reflect the flavor of the district. For the opening ceremonies, you're supposed to wear something that suggests your district's principal industry. District 11, agriculture. District 4, fishing. District 3, factories. This means that coming from District 12, Peta and I will be in some kind of coal miner's getup. Since the baggy miners' jumpsuits are not particularly becoming, our tributes usually end up in skimpy outfits and hats with headlamps. One year, our tributes were stark naked and covered in black powder to represent coal dust. It's always dreadful and does nothing to win the favor of the crowd. I prepare myself for the worst. So I'll be in a coal miner outfit, I ask, hoping it won't be indecent. Not exactly. You see, Portia and I think that coal miner thing is very overdone. No one will remember you in that. And we both see it as our job to make District 12 tributes unforgettable, says Cinna. I'll be naked for sure, I think. So rather than focus on coal mining itself, we're gonna focus on coal, says Cinna. Naked and covered in black dust, I think. So what do we do with coal? We burn it, says Cinna. You're not afraid of fire, are you, Katniss? He sees my expression and grins. A few hours later, I'm dressed in what will either be the most sensational or the deadliest costume in the opening ceremonies. I'm in a simple black unitard that covers me from ankle to neck. The shining leather boots lace up to my knees. But it's the fluttering cape made of streams of orange and yellow and red and the matching headpiece that define this costume. Cinna plans to light them on fire just before our chariot rolls into the streets. It's not a real flame, of course, just a little synthetic fire Portia and I came up with. You'll be perfectly safe, he says. But I'm not convinced I won't be perfectly barbecued by the time we reach the city center. My face is relatively clear of makeup, just a bit of highlighting here and there. My hair has been brushed out and then braided down my back in my usual style. I want the audience to recognize you when you're in the arena, says Cinna dreamily. Katniss, the girl who was on fire. It crosses my mind that Cinna's calm and normal demeanor masks a complete madman. Despite this morning's revelation about Peta's character, I'm actually relieved when he shows up, dressed in an identical costume. He should know about fire, being a baker's son and all. His stylish Portia and her team accompany him, and everyone is absolutely giddy with excitement over what a splash we'll make. Except Cinna. He just seems a bit weary as he accepts congratulations. I am actually gonna pause because I need to adjust myself in my chair. Because I'm sitting really bad. And my foot is falling asleep. lulled to sleep by my own voice. We're whisked down to the bottom level of the remake center, which is essentially a gigantic stable. The opening ceremonies are about to start. Pairs of tributes are being loaded into chariots by both teams. I know, my bones were crunching. Pulled by teams of 4 horses. Ours are coal black. The animals are so well trained, no one even needs to guide their reins. Cinna and Portia directed us to the chariot and carefully arrange our body positions, the drape of our capes, before moving off to consult with each other. "What do you think?" I whispered to Peta. "About the fire." "I'll rip your cape if you rip off mine," he says through gritted teeth. "Deal," I say. "Maybe if we can get them off soon enough, we'll avoid the worst burns. It's bad, though. They'll throw us into the arena no matter what condition we're in." I know I promised Hamish would do exactly what they said, but I don't think he considered this angle. Where is Hamish anyway? Isn't he supposed to protect us from this sort of thing? With all that alcohol in him, it's probably not advised to have him around an open flame, I say. And suddenly we're both laughing. I guess we're both so nervous about the games, and more pressingly petrified of being turned into human torches we're not acting sensibly. The opening music begins. It's easy to hear blasted around the Capitol. Massive doors slide open, revealing crowd-lined streets. The ride lasts about 20 minutes and ends up in the city circle, where they'll welcome us, play the anthem, and escort us into the training center, which will be our home/prison until the games begin. Same, this is soothing. I'm fighting for my life. You know, you can go to sleep. If anybody needs to go to sleep, feel free. Also, hi Gecko. Now it's not the time for waffles. It's Hunger Games, okay? I like how they did this scene in the movie. I do too. I don't think the CGI holds up in that scene, but I like how it's done. I do wish they kept Katniss's hair the same. It's different. Okay. The tributes from District 1 ride out in a chariot pulled by snow-white horses. They look so beautiful, spray-painted silver in tasteful tunics, glittering with jewels. District 1 makes luxury items for the capital. You can hear the roar of the crowd. They're always favorites. District 2 gets into position to follow them, and in no time at all, we are approaching the door, and I can see that between the overcast sky and the evening hour, the light is turning gray. The tributes from District 11 are just rolling out when Cinna appears with a lighted torch. "Here we go then," he says. And before we can react, he sets our capes on fire. I gasp, waiting for the heat, but there's only a faint tickling sensation. Cinna climbs up before us and ignites our headdresses. He lets out a sigh of relief. It works. And then he gently tucks a hand under my chin. "Remember, heads up, smiles. They're going to love you." Cinna jumps off the chariot and has one last idea. He shouts something up at us, but the music drowns him out. He shouts again and gestures. "What's he saying?" I ask Peta. For the first time, I look at him and realize that ablaze with fake flames, he is dazzling. And I must be too. "I think he said for us to hold hands," says Peta. He grabs my right in his left, and we look to Cinna for confirmation. He nods and gives a thumbs up. And that's the last thing I see before we enter the city. The crowd's initial alarm at our appearance quickly changes to cheers and shouts of District 12. Every head barely recognizable. Remember, heads high, smiles. They're going to love you. I hear Senna's voice in my head. I lift my chin a bit higher, put on my most winning smile, and wave with my free hand. I'm glad now I have Peter to clutch for balance. He's so steady, solid as a rock. As I gain confidence, I actually blow a few kisses to the ground. The people of the capital are going nuts, showering us with flowers, shouting our names, our first names, which they have bothered to find on the program. The pounding music, the cheers, the admiration work their way into my blood, and I can't suppress my excitement. Cinna has given me a great advantage. No one will forget me. Not my look, not my name. Katniss, the girl who was on fire. For the first time, I feel a flicker of hope rising in me. Surely there will be one sponsor willing to take me on. And with a little extra help, some food, the right weapon, why should I count myself out of the games? Someone throws me a red rose. I catch it, give it a delicate sniff, and blow a kiss back in the general direction of the giver. 100 hands reach up to catch my kiss, as if it were a real and tangible thing. Katniss, Katniss. I hear my name being called from all sides. Everyone wants my kisses. It's not until we enter the city circle that I realize I must have completely stopped the circulation in Peeta's hand. That's how tightly I've been holding it. I look down at our linked fingers and loosen my grasp, but he regains his grip on me. No, don't let go of me, he says. The firelight flickers off his blue eyes. Please, I might fall out of this thing. Okay, I say, so I keep holding on. But I can't help feel strange about the way Cinna has linked us together. It's not really fair to present us as a team and then lock us into an arena to kill each other. The 12 chariots fill the loop of the city circle. On the buildings that surround the circle, every window is packed with the most prestigious citizens of the capital. Our horses pull our chariot right up to President Snow's mansion, and we come to a halt. The music ends with a flourish. The president, a small, thin man with paper white hair, gives the official welcome from a balcony above us. It is traditional to cut away to the faces of the tributes during the speech, but I can see on the screen that we're getting way more than our share of airtime. The darker it becomes, the more difficult it is to take your eyes off our flickering. When the national anthem plays, they do make an effort to do a quick cut around each of the pair of tributes, but the camera holds on District 12's chariot and it parades around the circle one final time and disappears into the training center. The doors have only just shut behind us when we're engulfed by prep teams who are nearly intelligible as they babble out praise. I glance around. I notice a lot of the other tributes shooting us dirty looks, which confirms what I expected. We've literally outshone them all. Then Cinna and Portia are there, helping us down from the chariot, carefully removing our flaming caps and our headdresses. Portia extinguishes them with some kind of spray from a canister. I realize I'm still glued to Peeta, and I force my stiff fingers to open. We both massage our hands. Thanks for keeping hold of me. I was getting a little shaky there, says Peeta. It didn't show, I tell him. I'm sure no one noticed. I'm sure they didn't notice anything but you. You should wear flames more often, he says. They suit you. Peeta. smile that seems so genuinely sweet with just the right touch of shyness that an unexpected warmth rushes through me. A warning bell goes off in my head. Don't be so stupid. Peta's planning on how to kill you, I remind myself. He's luring you in to make easy prey. The more likable he is, the more deadly he is. But to complete this game, I stand on tiptoe and I kiss his cheek, right on his bruise. Suzanne Collins. Suzanne Collins, you know how to write a love story, I tell you what. Because Katniss is literally clinically insane, so this is good. In every love story, there should always be one person that's in the dynamic that is actually clinically insane. That makes it better. That makes the dynamic so much better. And Katniss is clinically insane. It's so good. Suzanne Collins, the woman you are. Also, thank you, the Grand Witch Bean, for the thirsty redeem. Thank you, thank you. And Q Alicia Keys. I was thinking about that. I was. Okay, let's pause before we get into the next chapter so I can do my little drink. I know I said 1 more hour and we're still here because the book is just that good. The book is just that good. I can't stop reading it. It's so good. I love The Hunger Games. It's so fucking good. I know everything that's gonna happen and I'm still on the edge of my fucking seat. I'm like, oh my god. I'm like, holy shit, like what the fuck is gonna happen, even though I've read this book like 600 times. I read this book literally since it came out and I'm still on the edge of my seat. That's writing. That's writing right there. Oh my god. I'm actually hungry myself, so we have to end this shit. We should read like one more chapter. Let's go to chapter 7, okay? Let's stop at chapter 7. Okay, I'll read chapter 6. Because this shit is actually really good. I might just have to leave you guys. I might just have to read this shit on my own because I'm actually having a good time right now. I just have to leave you. I'm like, damn, this book is kind of good. I forgot how good this book is. Shit, I might have to read this off stream. Kidding, of course. I'll save it. Question mark. I will save it, I will. But I'm hungry myself, so we're gonna have to end it so Pup can go eat something because I'm hungry. I'm hungry, no games. One more chapter. Well, let's see how good this chapter is. If the chapter's not that good, then I might read chapter 7. If the chapter's like, you know, like it doesn't have the sauce, because this was a good chapter to end it on, but I want to read one more. Because like also Peta is like, oh my god, Suzanne Collins created Peta in a laboratory so that all other men that I'd ever be interested in for the rest of my life would have to match up to Peta Malark, because like he says, I'm sure they didn't notice anything but you. You should wear flames more often, they suit you. And then he gives a shy smile. Suzanne Collins, how did you know that that's my type? Suzanne Collins. Suzanne Collins, I like Peta so much, I'm not even affected that he has blue eyes. Even though I have one blue eye, I think blue eyes are a little bit intense. And I know I say this as a Gojo lover, but like blue eyes are a little bit intense, you know? But it's like, I still love Peta Malark, even though he's a blue eye having motherfucker. That's crazy. That's power. That's power right there. Chapter 6. The training center has a tower designed exclusively for tributes and their teams. This will be our home until the actual games begin. Each district has an entire floor. You simply step into an elevator and press the number of your district. Easy enough to remember. I've ridden the elevator a couple of times in the Justice Building back in District 12. Once to retrieve the medal from my father's death, and then yesterday to say my final goodbyes to my friends and family. But that's a dark and creaky thing that moves like a snail and smells of sour milk. The walls of this elevator are made of crystal, so you can watch the people on the ground floor shrink to ants as you shoot up into the air. It's exhilarating, and I'm tempted to ask if we drink it if we can ride it again, but somehow that seems childish. Which, again, I'm pausing to just remind everybody that Katniss Everdeen is 16 years old, so yes, she is in fact a child. The adultification of Katniss Everdeen will forever make me upset. It will forever make me upset. Because they cast fucking Jennifer Lawrence, people forget that she's literally fucking 16, and it makes me so fucking upset. I really hate it. Anyway, apparently, Effie Trinket's duties did not conclude at the station. She and Haymitch will be overseeing us right into the arena. In a way, that's a plus, because at least she can be counted on to corral us around to places on time, whereas we haven't seen Haymitch since he agreed to help us on the train. Probably passed out somewhere. Effie Trinket, on the other hand, seems to be flying high. We're the first team she's ever chaperoned. They made a splash at the opening ceremonies. She's complimentary not just about our costumes, but how we conducted ourselves. And to hear her tell it, Effie knows everyone who's anyone in the capital, and has been talking us up all day, trying to win us sponsors. I've been very mysterious, though, she says, her eyes squint, half shut. Because, of course, Haymitch hasn't bothered to tell me her strategies. But I've done my best with what I had to work with. How Katniss sacrificed herself for her sister. How you both struggled successfully to overcome the barbarism of your district. The barbarism. That's ironic, coming from a woman helping us to prepare for slaughter. And what's she basing our success on? Our table manners. Everyone has their reservations naturally, you being from the coal district, but I said, this was very clever of me. I said, well, if you put enough pressure on coal, it turns to pearls. Effie beams at us so brilliantly that we have no choice but to respond enthusiastically to her cleverness, even though it's wrong. Coal doesn't turn to pearls. They grow in shellfish. Perhaps she meant coal turns to diamonds, but that's untrue too. I've heard they have some sort of machine in District 1 that can turn graphite into diamonds, but we don't mine graphite in District 12. That's part of District 13's job until they were destroyed. I wonder if the people she's been plugging us to all day either know or care. Unfortunately, I can't steal the sponsor deals for you. Only Haymitch can do that, says Effie grimly. But don't worry, I'll get him to the table at gunpoint if necessary. Although lacking in many departments, Effie Trinket has certain determination I have to admire. My quarters are larger than her entire house back home. They are plush, like the train car, but also have so many automatic gadgets that I'm sure I won't have time to press all the buttons. The shower alone has a panel with more than 100 options you can choose, regulating water temperature, pressure, soaps, shampoos, scents, oils, and massaging sponges. When you step out on a mat, heaters come to blow dry your body. Instead of struggling with the knots in my wet hair, I merely placed my hand on a box that sends a current through my scalp, untangling, parting, and drying my hair almost instantly. It floats down around my shoulders in a glossy curtain. I program the closet for an outfit to my taste. The windows zoom in and out on parts of the city at my command. You only need whisper a type of food from a gigantic menu into a mouthpiece, and it appears, hot and steamy, before you in less than a minute. I walk around the room, eating goose liver and puffy bread until there's a knock on my door. Effie's calling me to dinner. Good. I'm starving. Peta, Cinna, and Portia are standing out on a balcony that overlooks the Capitol when we enter the dining room. I'm glad glad to see the stylist, particularly after I hear that Hamish will be joining us. A meal presided over by Just. Effie and Hamish is bound to be a disaster. Besides, dinner isn't really about food, it's about planning out our strategies, and Senna and Portia have already proven how valuable they are. A silent young man dressed in a white tunic offers all stem glasses of wine. I think about turning it down, but I've never had wine, except for the homemade stuff my mother uses for coughs. And when will I get a chance to try it again? I take a sip of the tart, dry liquid, and secretly think it could be improved by a few spoonfuls of honey. Emmett shows up just as dinner is being served. It looks like he's had his own stylist because he's clean and groomed and about as sober as I've ever seen him. But he doesn't refuse the offer of wine. But when he starts in on his soup, I realize it's the first time I've seen him eat. Maybe he really will pull himself together long enough to help us. Senna and Portia seem to have a civilizing effect on Hamish and Effie. At least they're addressing each other decently, and they both have nothing but praise for our stylist's opening act. While they make small talk, I concentrate on my meal. Mushroom soup, bitter greens with tomatoes the size of peas, rare roast beef sliced thin as paper, noodles in a green sauce, cheese that melts on your tongue, served with sweet blue grapes. The servers, all young people dressed in white tunics like the one who gave us wine, moved wordlessly to and from the table, keeping the platters and glasses full. About halfway through my glass of wine, my head starts feeling foggy, so I change to water instead. I don't like the feeling, and I hope it wears off soon. How Hamish can stand walking around like this full time is a mystery. I try to focus on the talk, which is turned to our interview costumes when I see a girl set a gorgeous looking cake on the table and deftly lights it. It blazes up, and then the flames flicker around the edges a while until it finally goes out. I have a moment of doubt. What makes it burn? Is it alcohol? I say, looking up at the girl. That's the last thing what? Oh, I know you. I can't place a name or time to the girl's face, but I'm certain of it. Her dark red hair and striking features, the porcelain white skin. But even as I utter the words, I feel my insides contracting with anxiety and guilt at the sight of her. And while I can't pull it up, I know some bad memories associated with her. The expression of terror that crosses her face only adds to my confusion and unease. She shakes her head in denial quickly and hurries away from the table. When I look back, the four adults are watching me like hawks. Don't be ridiculous, Katniss. How could you possibly know an A-box? Snaps Iffy. The very thought. What's an A-box? I asked stupidly. Someone who committed a crime. They cut her tongue so she can't speak, says Hamish. She's probably a traitor of some sort. Not likely you'd know her. And even if you did, you are not to speak to one of them unless to give an order, says Effie. Of course, you don't really know her. But I do know her. And now that Hamish just mentioned the word traitor, I remember her from where? The disapproval is so high, I would never admit it. No, I guess not. I stammer, and the wine is not helping. Peeta snaps his fingers. Telly Cartwright. That's who it is. I kept thinking thinking she looked familiar as well, and then I realized she's a dead ringer for Deli. Deli Cartwright is a pasty-faced, lumpy girl with yellowish hair who looks about as much as our server as a beetle does a butterfly. Katniss, you gotta stop. She may also be the friendliest person on earth. She smells constantly at everybody in school, even me. I've never seen the girl with the red hair smile. But I jump on Peeta's suggestion gratefully. Of course, that's who I was thinking of. It must be the hair, I say. Something about the eyes, too, says Peeta. The energy at the table relaxes. Oh, well, if that's all it is, says Cinna. And yes, the cake has spirits, but all of the alcohol has been burned off. I ordered it specifically in honor of your fiery debut. We eat the cake and move into a sitting room to watch a replay of the opening ceremonies that's being broadcast. A few of the other couples make nice impression, but none of them can hold a candle to us. Even our own party lets out an ah as they show us coming out of the remake center. Whose idea was the hand holding? Ask Image. Cinna's, says Portia. Just the perfect touch of rebellion. Very nice, says Image. Rebellion. I have to think about it one moment. But then I remember that the other couples standing stiffly apart, never touching or acknowledging each other, as if their fellow tribute did not exist, as if the games had already begun. I know what Image means. Image means the top of the hour ad break is happening right now. Image means the top of the hour ad break is happening right now, and it is. So in 3 minutes, I will see you if you are not subscribed to your favorite puppkats. Hello, that's me. So you might as well take time. If you are not subscribed, to take care of yourself in whatever way resonates for you. And if you are in fact subscribed, you get to hear this next sentence. Presenting ourselves not as adversaries, but as friends, as distinguish us, as much as the fiery costumes. Tomorrow morning is the first training session. Meet me for breakfast and I'll tell you exactly how I want you to play it, says Image to Peeta and me. Now, get some sleep while the grown-ups talk. Image has the good transitions. Peeta and I walk down the corridor to our rooms. When we get to my door, he leans against the frame, not blocking my entrance exactly, but insisting I pay attention to him. So, Adele Cartwright. Imagine finding her look-alike here. He's asking for an explanation, and I'm tempted to give him one. We both know he's covered for me. So here I am, in his debt again. If I tell him the truth about the girl, somehow that might even things up. How could it hurt, really? Even if he repeated the story, it couldn't do me much harm. It was just something I witnessed, and he lied as much as I did about Deli Cartwright. I realize I too want to talk to someone about the girl, someone who might be able to help me figure out her story. Gail would be my first choice, but it's unlikely I'll ever see Gail again. I try to think if telling Peeta could give him any possible advantage over me, but I don't see how. Maybe sharing a confidence will actually make him believe I see him as a friend. Besides, the idea of the girl with her maimed tongue frightens me. She has reminded me why I'm here. Not to model flashy costumes and eat delicacies, but to die a bloody death while the crowds urge on my killer. To tell or not to tell. My brain feels slow from the wine. I stare down the empty corridor as if the decision lies there. Peta picks up on my hesitation. Have you been into the roof yet? I shake my head. As Cinna showed me, you can practically see the whole city. The wind's a bit loud, though. I translate this into, no one will overhear us talking in my head. You do have the sense that we might be under surveillance here. Can we just go up? Sure, come on, says Peta. I follow him to a flight of stairs that lead to the roof. There's a small dome-shaped room with a door to the outside. As we step into the cool, windy evening air, I catch my breath at the view. The Capitol twinkles like a vast field of fireflies. Electricity in District 12 comes and goes. Usually, we only have it a few hours a day. Often, the evenings are spent in candlelight. The only time you can count on it is when they're airing the games or some important government message on television that's mandatory to watch. But here, there would be no shortage. Ever. Peta and I walk into a railing at the edge of the roof. I look straight down the side of the building to the street, which is buzzing with people. You can hear their cars, an occasional shout, a strange metallic clinking. In District 12, we'd all just be thinking about bed right now. I asked Cinna why they let us up here. Weren't they worried that some of the tributes might decide to jump on the other side? Says Peta. What do you say, I ask. You can't, says Peta. He holds out his hand into the seemingly empty space. There's a sharp zap, and he jerks it back. Some kind of electric field throws you back onto the roof. Always worried about our safety, I say. Even though Cinna has shown Peta the roof, I wonder if we're supposed to be up here right now, so late and alone. I've never seen tributes on the training center roof before, but that doesn't mean we're not being taped. Do you think they're watching us right now? Maybe, he admits. Come see the garden. On the other side of the dome, they've built a garden with flower beds and potted trees. From the branches hang hundreds of wind chimes, which account for the tinkling I heard here in the garden on this windy night. It's enough to drown out two people who are trying not to be heard. Peta looks at me expectantly. Damn, I can't flip a page. What the hell, this book? I pretend to examine a blossom. We were hunting in the woods one day, hidden, waiting for game. I whisper. You and your father, he whispers back. No. My friend Gil. Suddenly, all of the birds stop singing at once, except one, as if it were giving a warning call. And then we saw her. I'm sure it was the same girl. A boy was with her. Their clothes were tattered. They had dark circles under their eyes from no sleep. They were running as if their lives depended on it, I say. For a moment I'm silent, as I remember how the sight of the strange pair, clearly not from District 12, fleeing through the woods immobilized us. Later, we wondered if we could have helped them escape. Perhaps we might have concealed them if we moved quickly. Gail and I were taken by surprise, yes, but we're both hunters. We know how animals look at bay. We knew the pair were in trouble as soon as we watched them. But we only watched. The hovercraft appeared out of nowhere. I continued to beat up. One moment the sky was empty, and the next it was there. It didn't make a sound, but they saw it. A net dropped down on the girl and carried her up fast. So fast. Like the elevator. They shot some sort of spear through the boy. It was attached to a cable, and they hauled him up as well. I'm certain he was dead. We heard the girl scream once. The boy's name, I think. Then it was gone. The hovercraft, it vanished into thin air. And the birds began to sing again, as if nothing happened. Did they see you? Beta asked. I don't know. We were under a shelf of rock, I replied. But I do know. There was a moment after the bird call, but before the hovercraft, where the girl had seen us. She'd locked eyes with me and called out for help. But neither Gail and I had responded. You're shivering, says Peta. The wind and the story have blown away all the warmth from my body. The girl screamed. Had it been her last? Peta takes off his jacket and wraps it around my shoulders. I start to take a step back, but then I let him, deciding for a moment to accept both his jacket and his kindness. A friend would do that, right? They were from here, he asks, and he secures a button around my neck. I nod. They'd had that capital look about them, the boy and the girl. Where do you suppose they were going? He asks. I don't know that, I say. District 12 is pretty much the end of the line. Beyond that, there's only wilderness. If you don't catch the ruins of District 13 that still smolder from the toxic bombs. They show it on television occasionally just to remind us. Or why they would leave here. Hamish had called the Avox traitors. Against what? It could only be the capital. But they had everything here. No cause to rebel. I'd leave here. Peter blurts out. And then he looks around nervously. It was loud enough to hear above the chimes. He laughs. I'd go home now if they let me. But you have to admit, the food's prime. He's covered again. But that's all you'd heard. It would just sound like the words of a scared tribute. Bratty Cthulhu, hi. Also, thank you for the follow. Mar3 THYU2. Thank you. Very much appreciated. I hope you're both having a good day night wherever you are. And Mar, you get a little heart in your honor for the follow. And I'm gonna pause to really take my time and make sure I put the heart on because I very much appreciate the follow. Thank you. Thanks much. Sound like the words of a scared tribute, not someone contemplating the unquestionable goodness of the capital. What was that for? I don't see the notification. Oh. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. Bratty Cthulhu, thank you. I very much appreciate it also. Wow. Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you. I'm gonna deal with you in a second. I'm gonna deal with you in a quick second. Just give me a second. First, I have to give Bratty their heart because it's very important. And I very much appreciate Bratty Cthulhu's follow. Thank you. Thanks much. Okay. Part 3, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you, thank you. That felt a little bit weird. Let me fix this. Can I be on the nose? Yeah, sure. It's gonna make me look like a clown, but yeah. Yeah, I can. We're winding down anyway. I'm only supposed to read up to chapter 7. I can already tell you're such a lovely person. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. That's not what chat tells me. I usually get called dictator. You know, liar. Simp. For yanderes. For femboys. For Peter Malark. All of the things. Also, let me try that kiss again. Let me try it again. That's a much better one. That one's just for you for the sub. Thank you, thank you. I very much appreciate it. It was pretty. I reapplied my lip gloss just so it would be nice and thick. Very thick just for you. I said for all of those too. Well, I get bonked when we talk about them. We call you cute a lot. I know, I'm just playing around. I know, I'm just playing around. My pets are actually very so sweet. And I very much love each and every one of them. For the most part. Some of you are kind of annoying, but I do love you. I think femboys and yanderes are the pinnacle of humanity. They're the pinnacle of my heart. I know that much. And if there's a yandere femboy, please drop him. Drop them in my lap. Please, I'm begging. You know, I'm actually single right now, so if any yandere femboys want to like come and hang out with me, like I'm single, I can make us I don't cook, I bake, but like I can make us like some chocolate cake. Do you like cinnamon rolls? I make a really good cinnamon roll. I actually make a bomb ass banana bread. I can make you some banana bread. And my ass is really fat, so my ass is like really fat, so you should like hit my line. Hit my line, for real. Okay, let's stop. I do make a mean apple pie. I do too. I actually hate pie. I think pie is absolutely disgusting in every way, shape, and form. But except for pumpkin pie. I don't like pumpkin pie. I mean, I love pumpkin pie. Oh my god, what am I saying? I love pumpkin pie. Pumpkin and sweet potato pie are the only two pies that I like. It's been a long day. It's late. I love pumpkin pie. I hate every other pie. I don't like other pie. It's a texture thing. Please, yandere femboys, please fall into my lap. My lips are so blush, please. My ass is so fat, please. Please. Anyway, now's not the time for all of that. It's really not. Dang, that next chapter is kind of long, though. This next chapter is kind of long. Oh. Okay, let's finish up chapter 6. Not contemplating the unquestionable goodness of the capital. It's getting chilly. We better go in, he says. Inside the dome, it's warm and bright. His tone is conversational. Your friend Gale, he's the one who took your sister away at the reaping. Yes. Do you know him? I ask. Not really. I hear the girls talk about him a lot. Morgan, thank you. Thank you so much for the follow. I will pause so that I can actually give you your heart because you get a little heart in your honor. And I very much appreciate the follow, so I'm going to take a hot minute to pause and make sure that I put the heart on. This stream has actually been so nice. I very much enjoy reading. This is like my favorite ASMR thing I've done so far. It's like one of my favorite things I think that I've done so far besides keyboard cleaning. Like, I just like reading. It's been really nice to just sit down and read a physical book. What does pumpkin pie and femboys have in common? When you talk about them, you end up saying the words like bus, like bussing or bust in. Let me stop. Let me stop. This is not the type of stream. Not tonight, anyway. Alright. It's a serious stream with serious things. It's serious topics. It's a reading stream. Okay, let me focus. Let me focus up. Focus up. Let's get into it. Okay. One more, and then I get the illustrious angel numbers today. I mean, my tagline is comfy, cozy degeneracy, so, you know. This is an 18+ stream, so, you know. If you're a minor, you need to leave. Unless you're a coal miner, in which case you can stay. I've been on way too many loot streams today. No, it's okay. I mean, like, I don't consider myself like a loot tuber anymore because, like, I think the connotations of like being a loot tuber, everyone just expects you to act sexual all the time. I don't mind making like 18+ jokes and everything, because I'm an adult, but like it's just too much. Like sometimes I'm just like having a vibe, like sometimes I'm just vibing, you know. Not everything has to be sexual, but I like the option, you know. That's why I just say I'm a mature streamer. I'm an 18+ streamer. It's easier that way. A coal miner, yes, miners are not allowed unless they are in fact coal miners, in which case they are always allowed. Okay, let's get back into it. Yeah, it's just more like natural lewd, like, I know. Oh, Cam, the man of the hour. Wow, we're actually gonna take a pause because Cam, did you play Nike today? Also, I'm reading The Hunger Games. We're on chapter 6. We're almost done with chapter 6 of The Hunger Games. You missed it. You missed everything, bestie. You missed it all. I'm actually reading the book. I got it right here in front of me. Touching grass and ass. Were you actually touching ass? I mean, like, I did see your post on Twitter that you were gonna go outside and touch grass. Are you gonna go stream later? At the actual book, this book was loved, and I feel it. I was out at the club, not the fucking club. Not the club. That's crazy. Oh yeah, I have nails. I have nails for the first time in a long time, so I can do a little. Can do a little. Can do all of the. Can do all of the tap taps. And everybody's favorite these days whenever I clink my fingers together, and I do. I just tap the fingers. It's a good sound. Let's go. The only downside is that I can't write. I can't text this fast on my phone. That fucking sucks. Is there such a thing as too much ass? Yes, actually. Because back when I used to go clubbing, I had this girl throw this ass on me, and I did not know what to do with it. I was actually out of my element. I was actually out of my limit. I was like, wow, 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 wow. Wow. Wow, this is a lot of ass. Wow. I got the 2-inch nails. I got the medium. They're Gel X. This is probably, yeah, about 2 inches. They're pretty long, which is how I like them when I get my nails done. For real, for real. I like my nails done long. You guys are getting free taps because I'm planning on ending the stream pretty soon. But I might get them shorter when I go to get them redone because I like reading fan fiction at night, and I like writing fan fiction, and I just can't type on my phone very fast, and it's kind of bumming me out. And to be completely honest, that's the number one reason I want to get my nails shorter. Is because like at night I like writing fan fiction, and I just can't do it with my nails this long. Like, do the bad bitches not write fan fiction on their phones or what? Like, and I remember the last time I got my nails done were like 2 years ago. And I remember I just did everything, but like, I don't remember how I did it. I mean, I'm slowly adjusting. They are really pretty. I was gonna post a picture of my hand in Discord, but then I was like, is that kind of weird? Is that kind of weird to do, to post my picture of my hand? They just look so pretty, and I got my toes done too. Because I had a really big event happen last week. I thought I was gonna get sucked in. That ass was gonna ruin my game. That's crazy. Are you feeling good then? Now that you've experienced some ass, do you feel good? Cam became an old man. Cam became a really old man and decided to go to the club during his midlife crisis. You started playing Nike. You started going to the fucking club, you know. You started doing all that shit. Like, wow, you're going through it, Cam. You're going through it. Someone should help you. Not me, but someone should help you. How far do we get into this book? We're on chapter 6. We're on chapter 6. You know, my favorite thing about the hands is like, I really wish I was dating somebody, because like, I love touching people when I have like really long nails. Like, I love like doing a good scratch. I love giving people like a good scratch and like a nice scratch with my nails. Like, I wish I was dating somebody, because this is so lame. Like, I have these nice nails, and it's like, I have no one to scratch with my nails. Like, this is so embarrassing. Like, I have the bad bitch nails, but like, no one wants to fuck me. Like, cat behavior, for real, for real. No, for real. That's why my name is Puppkats. That's why my name is Puppkats. Wonder why? One of my coworkers turned 21 and I had to go out. Sure, Cam, whatever you say. I mean, blame it on your coworker. I know you're going through a midlife crisis. It's okay. I still like you. It's fine. I know you're going through a midlife crisis, you know. You got old and suddenly, you know, time started catching up with you. It's fine. It's okay. It's totally fine. It's understandable, you know. Not for me, but for other white guys. Let me stop. Cam is like, I am not coming back to the stream. Cam is like, I'm not coming back. I'm actually gonna go out again. Cam is gonna come to stream with like, Cam, you're gonna come into stream next time and you're gonna be like, I bought a Tesla. I bought a Tesla. It's crazy. Pop. I got a brand new car. I bought a Tesla. No, Cam. No. Not the midlife crisis car. No. Not the divorced dad car. No. No. Cam. Cam. That's for divorced dads. midlife crisis. You can't. Don't buy the car. I'm gonna come back to stream and be like, I bought more JoJo shoes. The fact that you can't fit into your current JoJo shoes is enough, don't you think? Also, thank you, Inu, for the thirsty redeem. Not the F-150. Oh no, not the F-250. Oh, no. I'm a real. Your vibes give like a cat in a puppy's body, or a fusion of the two. Thank you for finally getting it, Brady. You're the only person that understands me. You're the only person that gets me, because that's why my name is Puppkats. You figured out the lore. That is actually why my name is Puppkats. Because like I always got growing up that, yeah, no, seriously. Because I always got when I was growing up that like people said I'm like a cat and a dog had a baby. Like sometimes I act really cat-like and sometimes I act like a dog. But never one, it's like both of them. And that's literally why my name is Puppkats. That's it. It's really just that simple. People used to think it's because I was like a puppy VTuber or I was a cat VTuber. That's not it. It's literally because like people just say that like I act like both of those things. I'm gonna put on some hand sanitizer because I have some dust on my hands. I have some dust on my hands. It's neither and both all at the same time. Cam, are you gonna stream later or no? I'm curious as to what you're gonna stream, if you are, because I know you said on Twitter that you were gonna stream. Also, Inu, thank you for the jacket comes off. Aren't you drunk? Wait. Aren't you drunk right now? Shouldn't you be going to bed? What the fuck is late as shit? Shouldn't you be going to bed? You should be asleep. Pup took me to sleep faster than I thought. Didn't even make it to the first chapter. That's crazy. This book is really good, I tell you. I'm gonna be reading all 3 books. I'm deep throating a burrito. And that should be me. Deep throating the burrito, not the burrito. Thank you. That should be me deep throating that burrito. But actually, I'm like really fucking boring. I only really like a burrito. Sounds so hot right now, right? A burrito sounds good as fuck right now. A burrito sounds fucking class right now. Sounds real good. No, this entire stream I've just been like, damn. Are y'all feeling those sleepy vibes? Are y'all feeling those sleepy vibes? Because I'm feeling the sleepy vibes. Your model's frame looks so small without the jacket. It's very cute. Thank you. I got a second burrito. It's up for grabs. What's in it? Chicken, beef. What are we talking about? Chicken, beef, cheese. Is there avocado in it? What's in there? Cilantro. I don't want it. I'm actually not a hater of cilantro, but I mean, like, how much? How much is in there? What are we talking about? Black beans or red beans? These are very important questions. These are very important questions. But just wait until my next model comes out. Probably not for another year. Beef, cheese, onions, and rice. Ooh, onions. Ooh, onions. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, I don't like onions, so you can just keep that to yourself. It's okay. Well, maybe I'll have a bite. Maybe I'll just have a bite. Just a nibble. Give me a nibble off the side. A nibble off the side. Authentic Mexican cook right here. No. It's because like I don't really like Mexican food like that, to be completely honest, because a lot of it is vegetables and I don't like vegetables. Here's my confession. I am an onion eater. What are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about it? You can't bite me, old man. What are you gonna do about it? You need those onions to grow, to keep yourself in health. As your health is declining, okay? I don't need the onions. I'm good. I'm youthful. At my tender age of 102, I'm youthful. I don't know. I haven't had like an authentic burrito because I honestly just make burritos at home. Do you actually like lettuce? That's it. Potatoes. That's it. What else you got? That's it. I don't like vegetables. Don't give me no fucking tomatoes. Don't give me no onions. Don't give me no bell peppers. I don't like that. I don't like that. And I already know people are probably thinking to themselves, oh my god, Bub, that sounds like you have the palate of a literal child. What if I fucked your dad? What if I did that? Shut up. Leave me alone. Okay, I'm allowed to not like stuff. Please, leave me alone. I'm allowed to not like stuff. People act like you not liking something is like an attack. You can have more of it, okay? You can have more of the thing. You may be hot and young now, but soon you'll be old. Not soon enough. At least I'm hot. I'm old. It's okay, Cam. I'm disabled. So the world like checked me out of this whole like not dealing with old problems anyway. I mean, I walk around with a cane. It's as old as it gets. Lettuce is a weird thing because I hate the round one, but the red one is buzzing. Red cabbage. Red lettuce. What? What? What are you talking about? What are we talking about? We're just off on a different tangent. We're never gonna finish this fucking book. Red lettuce. Red lettuce. Red lettuce. I have never in my life eaten this red lettuce. I've seen it at the store. I've never eaten this red lettuce. I know about red cabbage. It's not a thing. Also never eaten that. Yeah, red leaf lettuce. Is that what you're talking about? Red leaf lettuce. I don't know the name in English, but I think I'm looking at the same thing. Yeah. No, I'm looking at it. I've just never eaten it. I just like lettuce. I like the round one actually. I like it quite a bit. I do. Cam, are you gonna go to bed? You should go to bed. I'm worried about you. You should go to bed. You should go to bed. It's a little less sour. I've never found the round lettuce to be sour. Like iceberg lettuce, I've never found that to be sour. I drank more. You could do that. You could definitely do that, bestie. After a certain point, I will be going to sleep. I just keep reading because reading is fun. And also, I'm itchy right now, so if you hear scratching, it's because I'm scratching at my body because I'm itchy. Because I actually, I broke out in a stress rash. This past like month, I broke out with all my research and everything. I broke out in a stress rash on the top half of my body. It's every single time I have a major event, something happens with my body every single time, and this time it was so bad. It was like all over my neck and all over my chest. It was all over my titties. Bubbles the Fluff, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. I very much appreciate it. You get a little heart in your honor. I'm gonna take time to put it on right now. And I'm coming down off the stress rash. I'm coming down off it. I think it really was stress because I was so confused because like I have very sensitive skin, so like I don't use any products that would break me out. over here so it's nice and even. Make a wish. Okay, I'm gonna wish. I can't tell you what my wish is. Shh, 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 shh. Everybody be quiet. Shh. Shh. Okay. Okay. My wish is done. I'm not gonna tell you, don't be ridiculous. I know how the wish rules work. I'm not gonna tell you. I will not be sharing my wish. I'm just gonna think about it real hard. Really hard. I just think you should go to bed, Cam. I really do. No, but like I broke out in that rash and it's been following me. I think it's just because I was so stressed. Whenever I get like stressed, I normally don't like think about it. I don't think about it. I just feel it in my body. And this time it broke out all over my fucking chest, man. I had to get a dress. I mean, like, the dress ended up working out because it covered my rash entirely, but like, holy shit. For my research event, like, I was like, how the fuck am I gonna cover this shit up? But it's fine, it all worked out. I've been lurking for a minute. I had to follow before I doze off. Thank you so much. I very much appreciate you taking time to like lurk and just hang out, and also, you know, following before you doze off. I really do appreciate that. I really do, you know, because your time is valuable, so I appreciate that you spent a minute to just follow. Thank you. You're melting my little chicken heart right now. Why? Why? What'd I do? Yeah, but so now I'm recovering because it was like literally all over the top half of my body, but it's slowly disappearing. I think because I was just too stressed. I need to relax. I need a femboy to come pat my head. That will make me really relax, promise. Okay, Cam, go to sleep. Cam, if you're still lurking, eat your burrito and go to sleep. No more drinking. It's late. Go to sleep. Old men should be asleep at 6 p.m. I always make a wish whenever I see like 11 or something. I always go to sleep. I go to sleep. I always I'm thinking about going to sleep because I told Cam to go to sleep. I always make a wish. When I catch an eyelash off my face, I blow it into the wind and I make a wish. When I see dandelions and I'm sitting in a field, I blow them and I make a wish. It's simple joys. It's simple joys, you know. No sleep. It is sleep time. It actually is. It actually is sleep time. It's really late. I should go to sleep too because I'm hungry. I'm reading the Hunger Games and my tummy is empty. I'm about to start a death metal grow because my tummy is empty. And Red Pill. Not Red Pill. I don't know if I want to meet Red Pill. I like Red Bull. I don't want to meet Red Pill. I don't know if I want to do that. Ooh, that back crack was serious. That back crack was serious. Okay. Puppycat build, puppycat. The name's Puppkat, not Puppycat. If you say puppy, people are gonna think I'm a puppy. Have I seen the Puppycat cartoon? I have, and I don't like it. It's not my thing, but I have. It's not my thing. It's not my thing. Oh, it's not my thing. Oh, oh, it's not my thing. Oh. You know, I understand why people like it. It's just not for me. It's not for me. It's not for me. It's not for me. What was it? What was what? PM Puppy Cat. That's what it's called. And then people will ask me, is your name based off of PM Puppy Cat? Fuck no. Because I don't even like that show. You know, dare I say, I always thought it was just okay. It's just okay. It's fine. It's a fine show. It's just not my type of show. It's not my type of humor. It feels like it's made for millennials. Sorry. I'm sorry. But not really. I don't mean it. It has a millennial vibe, and I just don't know how to explain it. Like, it has a millennial vibe. Like, it kind of wants to be Adventure Time, but like Adventure Time is like not it, you know? Like, Adventure Time is not that same vibe. I love Adventure Time, by the way. I'm not saying Adventure Time is not good. I love Adventure Time. I cry watching Adventure Time, which is why I've never finished the show. I can't finish that last season. I know what happens. I've seen clips. I cannot finish that last episode because I will just sit and sob. So I can't do it. I can't do it. But I will rewatch that show all the time. But like PM Puppy Cat is fine. It's okay. I like if people like it. I think the visuals, if you watch it without like really thinking about anything, like if you just, which I can't do, so that's why this show is not for me. Again, like if you just watch it without thinking about anything, like the visuals are just so pretty, you know. It's such a pretty show. It's so pretty. Gorgeous gowns. gorgeous gowns. But when she opens her mouth, yikes. No, it's really fun. I have something stuck in my eyeball. Okay. Are we ever gonna finish chapter 6 of this book? You guys can't let me get on a tangent. I've resisted being on a tangent this entire stream, and you caught me in the last section. You guys caught me. Can I ask? Yes, you can. What are you about to ask? I literally I'm too tangential, you know, like I just can't do it. I'll just sit here and start chatting, like this will be a just chatting stream, and that's not what this is. Do you have any chance ADHD? No, I have trauma. No, I don't have ADHD. I have other diagnoses. ADHD is not one of them. If I had ADHD, I would have put it in my description. I would have put it in my what is it called? My about me. No, I'm just tangential in my speech. I have severe memory loss. I don't know where I am. Armpit wine, you know exactly where you are. You know where you are because you were lurking. You know exactly where you are. You know where you are. You've been to the stream before. You know where you are. You know where you are. You sure do. I have severe memory loss due to trauma, and I have clinical depression and severe anxiety. And I've spoken about all of these openly. I have other diagnoses, but I'm not comfortable sharing. I'm also chronically ill. I have chronic illness, which is why I get really tired. Sorry to hear that. I'm not sorry. Nah, it's cool, dude. People die every day, B. Like, I live every day. Like, it's totally fine. Like, you have mental illness and you keep it pushing. Like, you have clinical depression, you just keep that shit pushing, you know? But I'm I've spoken openly about me having all of these things before, especially the anxiety, because like I have severe anxiety to the point where I just don't talk to people because like my social anxiety is so bad because I can't stop thinking about the idea of everybody hating me. I'm an ADHD pupper and I'm a little autistic. Okay. You can say autistic, it's okay. I don't have the acoustic pass, so I can't say it, but I can say autistic, you know? I can say that. Not the I'm just being honest. I think it's really important to be really honest and like not honest, but like just like be very open about mental illness, because like mental illness is so stigmatized, right? Like, and this is not a bad thing, by the way, right? But even like how you said it, it's like, oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Like when I brought up like that I'm disabled or that I have like severe memory loss and stuff like that, it's like that response, right? Like if people are just really casual about it and they're like, nah, it's chill. Like it's good, it's all good, you know? Then like eventually that response would just be like, oh, swag. The response would just be like, swag, cool, swag, me too, swag. Probably not that one, that's just me, but that's just me. That's how I respond to people when they're like, I have mental illness. I'm like, swag, me too. I'm like, yeah, bet, me too, yeah. Again, like not a bad thing, I'm just pointing it out. I don't know why, but you like Black Forest cake, or am I getting hungry? Do I like Black Forest cake? My instinct is to say yes, but let me look up a picture of Black Forest cake before I give you my full response. My instinct is to continue saying yes, but the thing is, I don't like fruit. I don't like fruit in dessert. That's my weird thing. I don't do fruit in dessert. I only like fruit by itself. So anytime there's fruit in dessert, I don't eat it. I literally can't eat it. It's like a texture thing. So I will eat around it. But I like the filling. I like the idea of a Black Forest cake. I guess I just like the idea of chocolate cake. Because the forest is the cherries, right? But I'm not eating that shit. So I'm like just eating chocolate cake. But like, yeah, I fuck with that. I fuck with that dessert. I fuck with it heavy. Yeah. Oh, so your depressed tank is just too up top. Exactly. It's all a part of the stigma. It's like the response that you get, right? Like whenever anybody tells me something about themselves and I just hit it with like casualty, like it's nice. I would definitely give you a hug if I could. You gave me a virtual hug. I will take that. Just such a cake when it's for a birthday. Do they put fruit in it? I've never had it with fruit. I have never had it with fruit. Interesting. Not all my people with anxiety. I'm gonna start sounding like fucking Logic. Who can relate? Fucking Logic. Was that Logic? Wait, hold up. Who had that song? Who had that fucking song? It's stuck in my head now. It was Logic. I was right. That fuck ass song. Get the fuck out of here. I don't wanna be alive. Sick and tired. People respond differently too. I'm sorry to hear that. No, definitely. I definitely understand. But I feel like, in my opinion, I feel like it stigmatizes it. Like, okay, Zach Fox. I like Zach Fox, so, compliment. In my opinion, I feel like it stigmatizes it because it, like, I've even changed, like, I don't really like even saying, like, I suffer from mental illness because I don't suffer with it. I live with it, you know? I'm not suffering, I just live with it. I live with it. It's not who I am. Like, my mental illness doesn't define me. Like, my illness is don't define me. It's just how I came out. I came out a little different. Came out a little saucy. Came out, put some extra cheese on it. Yeah. Okay, we have to finish, guys. We gotta finish. I will end the stream. I came out cooked very deliciously. I know I did. Shit. I know they had to give me mental illness because I am really too much. I'm actually too fucking much. They had to give me mental illness. It's my nerve. They had to. Because if I didn't have mental illness, I'd be shaking ass. I'd be at the club with Cam. See, that's a dangerous thing. Can't have too many of those people around there. Not everybody should be out there shaking ass. Some people have to do ASMR streams. Rare 5-hour stream. It's not rare these days. I've been doing like 5-hour streams when I play like Stardew Valley. It's not rare. It's very common actually these days. You know, that's fair. That's absolutely too fair. Could we make it 6, JK? You know what? I don't even feel tired. I think my insomnia is kicking in, to be completely honest. I literally don't feel tired. It's crazy. I think my insomnia kicked in about like an hour ago. Now I'm just vibing because I'm gonna go eat after this. And like, since my research is done, I just get to go to sleep tomorrow. Isn't it beautiful? Isn't it great? Isn't life so wonderful? Drink coffee, it'll make you sleepy. Yeah, that doesn't work for me. I don't get hyper by coffee, but I don't get sleepy. I feel completely neutral. I just like the taste of coffee, but like, you know what makes me feel sleepy? I listen to murder podcasts. Unironically, that's why I was reading Hunger Games and I was like, oh my god, this shit's making me tired. Because like, I go to bed at night and I like listen to murder podcasts, and that's what I listen to go to bed. Or I will watch like rage compilations, or like I'll watch like Markiplier rage at a game, or like I'll watch streamers play like Five Nights at Freddy's for the first time. And just watching people get jump scared, oh, that puts me right to bed. Dead by Daylight streams, I'm going right to bed. I sleep in an instant. Thank you so much for the follow, YT6IUUYYTY. Thank you so much for the follow. I very much appreciate it. I very much appreciate it. I'm gonna pause so you could get a little heart in your honor because I very much appreciate you following. Thank you. Thanks you. It sounds like I'm being facetious, but like I'm really thankful actually. I love saying thank you like that. Thank you. Okay. Me but with Game Grumps, I just stopped watching Game Grumps like 2 years ago. I just couldn't do it anymore. I really couldn't do it anymore. I was so tired. Like, I like Aaron, and I want to like Aaron, but he is one of the most insufferable motherfuckers sometimes. Like, truly, he's like kind of miserable sometimes. And I don't like surrounding myself with miserable ass energy. It's just that simple. I'm like, why am I actively watching somebody that's like not enjoying himself playing this fucking game? Let me watch somebody who's gonna have fun. It's just that simple. But I did watch Game Grumps for years. Like, that was my thing. That was my shit. Okay, we really have to finish. My next wish will be at 22222. You know, I would love to hit 2K this year. Let's make it happen. I would love to hit 2K this year, so let's make it happen. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Only if you want to, though. No pressure. Everything happens when the time is supposed to happen, so you know, there's literally no pressure. Once you say that, that's like my new. It was really nice meeting you tonight, of course. Yeah, I hope you tune into other streams too, not just ASMR, but if only ASMR, I do appreciate you hanging out. Enjoy your meal, thank you. I'm not eating yet, I still gotta read the last part of this book. We're not done. We took a fucking hour detour. We're fucking doing a just chatting stream. We took an hour detour. This is no longer reading. 2K push. Shit. Maybe. Ain't nobody pushing for shit. Y'all are not gonna like when I tell you I'm about to take a month off. You are not gonna like that. I'm about to take a month off, guys. You're not gonna like that. I gotta have my summer break. It's my yearly summer break. It's coming. Every year, everyone forgets the pup takes a year off. Not a year, but I take winter off. And I take summer off. For at least a month. Hey, yo, what? We can talk about it another day. Let's have that conversation another day. Just like having a conversation of the top of the hour ad break. Yes, in 3 minutes. Everyone will be with the top of the hour ad break. Or right now, I don't really know when it starts. You'll be with the 3-minute ad break. You know what the 3-minute ad break means? It means that if you're not in fact subscribed to your favorite puppkats, hi, hello, that's me. Hi, it's me. It's me. You will be hit with 3 minutes of advertisements. So in that time, take care of yourself, whatever way resonates for you, whether that be going to the bathroom, going to go take a drink of water, whatever you need to do, just take care of yourself in that way, because it's very important for you to take care of yourself. So do that. And if you are in fact subscribed, then don't worry about it. You're not gonna miss a damn thing. You're not gonna miss a goddamn thing, so don't worry about it. Thank you for the thirsty, the Redamon, and the Planet. I will actually do my Redamon right now. Gotta get that back arch. Gotta get that Euphoria back arch. I always think about fucking Maddie on the bed when I think about that stretch where she's like, you know what? Let me stop talking about Euphoria. It's gonna make it sound like I actually like that show, which I don't. The ads will catch you off guard every single time. Okay, I also need to drink some water, and then we are gonna finish this book, and then we are going to, well, not finish the book, we're just gonna finish the chapter, and then we are going to go to bed. And by we, I mean me. We, I mean me. We are gonna read the rest of this chapter. We're gonna finish the rest of this chapter. And then I love how Kim went live anyways, because he's a loser. That's why. I'm jealous. You can have this many hearts too. You can't have these hearts, but you can, just put hearts on yourself. You can do that. Okay, done with water. I put the water away. asking too many questions. Yeah, he's just like being for real, a loser. No, you're not a loser because you're a pet in the puppkats community. You can't be a loser when you're a pet, okay? Doesn't work like that. Unless I call you a loser, in which case, yeah, then you're a fucking loser, but that's crazy. That's not what I wanted you guys to hear. I was like, what the fuck is that sound? That's crazy. That was my podcast. That's a podcast I like to go to sleep to. They play that shit next. The birds are chirping. It's time for bed. Not the birds are chirping. I should go to bed too. Enjoy the rest of the last chapter. It's literally like one page. We're on the last 2 pages. I love being a pet, as you should. As you should. It's a good thing to be a pet. You're loved, you're adored, you're fed, you're collared. All the things that a pet should be. Okay, let's finish. Let's finish so puppkats can go to sleep. Alright. Let's start from the top. Your friend Gail. He's the one who took your sister away at the reaping. Yes. Do you know him? I ask. Not really. I hear the girls talk about him a lot. I thought he was your cousin or something. You favor each other, he says. No, we're not related, I say. Peter nods, unreadable. Did he come to say goodbye to you? Yes. Oh, don't worry. There's literally like 1 page left after this. Like, we're gonna end stream pretty soon. But I appreciate you saying goodnight anyway. Thank you. Also, thank you for the lurk, you knew. We're literally gonna wrap up stream in like the next 10 minutes. It's gonna be a wrap. I say, observing him carefully. So did your father. He brought me cookies. Peter raises his eyebrows as if this is news. But after watching him lie so smoothly, I don't give this much weight. Really? I think he likes you and your sister. I think he wishes he had a daughter instead of a house full of boys. The idea that I might ever have been discussed around the dinner table at a bakery fire. Just in passing in Peter's house gives me a start. It must have been when the mother was out of the room. He knew your mother when they were kids. Says Peter. Another surprise, but probably true. Oh, yes. She grew up in town, I say. It seems impolite to say that she's never mentioned the baker except to compliment his bread. We're at my door. I give back his jacket. See you in the morning then. See you, he says, and walks up down the hall. When I open the door, the red-headed girl is collecting my unitard and boots from when I left them on the floor before my shower. I want to apologize for possibly getting her in trouble earlier, but I remember I'm not supposed to speak to her unless I'm giving an order. Oh, sorry, I say. I was supposed to get those back to Senna. I'm sorry. Can you take them to him? She avoids my eyes, gives me a small nod, and heads out the door. I'd set out to tell her I was sorry about dinner, but I know that my apology runs much deeper. That I'm ashamed I never tried to help her in the woods, that I let the capital kill the boy and mutilate her without lifting a finger, just like I was watching the games. I kick off my shoes and climb under the covers in my clothes. The shivering hasn't stopped. Perhaps the girl doesn't even remember me, but I know she does. You don't forget the face of a person who was your last hope. I pull the covers up over my head as if this will protect me from the red-headed girl who can't speak. But I feel her eyes staring at me, piercing through the walls and doors and bedding. I wonder if she'll enjoy watching me die. Chapter 7. And that's where we're gonna pause. We're gonna pause at chapter 7. I will pick this up the next time I do another ASMR reading night. 7 chapters, you know. By any chance you planning on reading? I am planning on reading. I am. I'll pick this up the next time that I do another reading stream, which I don't know when it's gonna be. I might do it tomorrow if I'm in the mood, but maybe I'll be in the mood for anything. I didn't think I was gonna start this today. But you know, like I said, I'm a variety streamer, so I kinda just go based off of my vibes, taking any recommendations. I like to rate people that are 18 plus. So if whoever you're gonna rate, if whoever you're gonna say is not 18 plus, then I would prefer not to rate them. 18 plus and LGBTQ friendly, because I'm LGBTQ obviously. So 18 plus is a key factor though. Because my community is also 18, and I just think it's weird when I send my community to people that are not 18 plus. Because I'm like, I don't want y'all mingling with the minors. I don't want y'all mingling with minors. Nothing wrong with minors, they're cool, I guess, but nothing wrong with them. Alright, I'm not gonna switch over to my typical screen because it's gonna play my ending music. It's gonna play my ending music, and I don't want anybody to be disoriented by the ending music because it can be a little loud, and I don't want anybody to be disoriented by it. Let me see. Oh my god, I have a tickle in my throat. 5 hours is a good stream. It actually didn't feel like 5 hours, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. It like really did not feel like 5 hours. This felt like maybe 3 hours, you know. 3 hours. It didn't feel that long. You know, 3 hours is still a long time, but like 3 hours is still a long time, but it didn't feel like that. Let me see. Oh shoot, that was loud. Shh. No loud talking, no loud talking. Shh. Hush up, hush up. I'm checking to see if they're 18 plus. I gotta check these things. They don't say it, they don't say it. Oh no, they don't say it. They don't say it. Let me check their Twitter. Let me check their Twitter. They are a cat boy, so I do like cat boys. Cat boys are cute, and their motto is really cute. I guess I'll rate them because their motto is really cute. Their motto is very adorable, and I do like rating them. You can always ask them. I don't want to ask them and then just be like, I don't want to ask them and then be like, nah, and then me be like, never mind. Never mind. Never mind, because that would be like mean. Because I'm mentioning them. So, yeah, I'll probably be back tomorrow. Let me see, hold up. I usually stream on Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. I'm just up a little bit earlier today because, I've just been streaming a little bit more lately because I've had time. So I'm gonna stream again. Tomorrow. Let me see. I'll stream again tomorrow. My god, I'm dying. Stream again tomorrow. Probably 18 plus. I did check their Twitter and they don't have anything saying that it's 18 plus though. I did check. I'm gonna rate them though because I do like their model and their has told you today that you are loved and that your place in this world is so important and so valued, I'm here to tell you that you are in fact loved, and your place in this world is so important and so valued, and someone should tell you every single day of your life that you are loved. And I'm so happy to be somebody that gets to tell you that you're loved if no one has told you today. And as always, thank you so much for everybody for hanging out with me, spending time with me, because your time is valuable, and I appreciate that you would spend any moment of time of your life, because time is so short in this world, and I'm so happy that you would ever spend it with me. I'm going to be back tomorrow doing whatever I'm going to be doing. Might be ASMR, might not be ASMR, I don't know. I did really enjoy doing this. So just, tune in for whatever I might be doing. And as always, until next time, goodbye, 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 goodbye. I don't do raid messages. I just say if you want, use the raid emote, which is there if you want to follow. It's right there. Just a raid emote, so I'm going to be using that. That's it. Goodbye, good night, and goodbye. I'm going to press the button now. Bye. Goodbye. Pup is going to sleep. Goodbye. I'm no longer streaming. I'm not streaming anymore. I know it says that I'm streaming, but I was actually